wherever it is that you may go to try to figure out what's wrong with you. I definitely recommend a heavy metal test to see the levels of toxic metals within your body, because that's something I'm planning to do, you know, quite as soon as possibly can, because I have sort of been experiencing some of those symptoms, and I can only put it down to, after having this implant. I'm a lot better now, but like say a couple of months ago, I was experiencing a lot of those symptoms, like just no energy, even chest pains. That's another symptom as well of heavy metal poisoning, and I had never had anything like that ever. And of course, I haven't had any jabs or any of that shit. I don't take any medicine, none of that. So it just came out of the blue, and the only thing that had changed in my life recently was this orthopedic implant. So yeah, just a
my
heads up.
brother.
Yep.
Thank you for that, because my brother, I think it was, maybe 3 years ago, he had a new hip replacement.
Oh, I see.
Possibly 4 years ago. Okay, and it was, I think they used the titanium, like you said, yeah. And I
Yep.
said to him when he got it, I said, now, because obviously where it's on, it's from the femur, because that's the main thigh bone, yeah, going
Yep.
into the hip socket. Okay, so you're talking that it's the titanium placed onto his femur, and then
Yep.
obviously it's got a plastic insert that it articulates with. Yeah, so it's
Yep.
not bone. Yeah, okay. But like you said, was that finished perfectly? No scratches, no blemishes, so that it could start to go toxic when it comes into contact with human flesh and blood and membrane and that stuff. So I'm going to say
Yep.
to my brother to keep an eye on that. Just keep an eye on that. If you do feel that you're not, the hip is not working properly, or you're feeling a bit ill and you don't know what it is, maybe you want to do what did you call that? A heavy metals test.
Yeah,
Yeah.
heavy metal test, which you'll
I've
get
always
from
wanted
any.
to do that.
Yeah, definitely get it done if you can. And just on the hip replacements, it's funny that you say that, because that was a big problem, and it still is. Even though they've recalled a lot of the older hip replacements used to be made out of I think it was cobalt, which
Stainless
is a
steel. It used to be stainless steel.
yeah,
That's what it
stainless
used to
steel
be.
and cobalt, which is a heavy metal, which is toxic. So a lot of these devices failed where it was like metal, because what it is, it's like you were saying, it's a so your brother has it's a more updated version, the one that he has, with the
4 years
plastic
ago,
socket.
3 years ago, he got it.
Yeah. So the ones with a plastic socket aren't really the biggest problem. They're the ones that are metal on metal that have kind of been phased out. Well, they say they have.
That should be, yeah. This is like a
I,
nylon, the plastic nylon kind of thing that they use,
yeah.
so that it would. Well, basically, the wear rate is much slower, a much better and smoother fit, and less scraping and scratching going on. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, so
So
if
that was the
it's
main
not
thing.
metal on metal, then it shouldn't be a big problem. The problem still is like you were saying, yeah, the finishing on the oxide coating on the titanium, or whether or not the titanium itself starts to deteriorate, because it is toxic. If you do some quick research on titanium poisoning, as much as they say it's inert and non-toxic, there's a lot of evidence to the contrary. And
You're
it's a
right. You're
foreign
right.
metal that shouldn't be in you regardless.
Yeah,
But there have been
yeah.
it's really hard to that's what I find very interesting about it, that it's really hard to find information on it. But when you do, you get anecdotes of people that have actually had implants, that'll be on
Right.
forums, and people will
Yeah.
be complaining of all these symptoms that I was speaking of. And then you'll find some other stories where people that have removed the implant and their symptoms have disappeared. Whereas before
Right.
they couldn't find the culprit, but
Yeah.
until they finally, there's this one story that a lady on YouTube that I actually saw her story on a forum, and then she had a YouTube channel. She's got like, I don't know, 100 subscribers, if that. So she's not a big YouTuber, but she put her story. She basically recounted her whole story, how she was in the army, blah blah. She had an injury, and she had screws put in both her feet.
Oh
Now,
God.
she had all these terrible symptoms. It got to stage where she was uh almost going to be diagnosed as septic. That's obviously when your organs start to shut down. And something told her to have a look online about the how women get breast implant sickness. And that triggered a thought in her mind to ask herself, because she had been everywhere, you know, 1,000,001 tests, doctors couldn't find anything, and that triggered her mind to say, what if it's the screws in my feet causing this issue? And yeah, well, she basically had to. She went to several physicians, and some of them met her with like anger and disdain because she was questioning, you know, the orthopedic, you know, business. They were like actually angry, like how you know you just like conspiracy theorists, and there's no way these, like I was saying before, these metals are inert, they're non-toxic, they're blah blah blah. Anyway, she finally found someone that was willing to accept her, you know, her story and remove
prognosis at least,
Yep,
and let's have a look at it.
exactly. And got it removed, and all the symptoms disappeared. And this is a lady that was like basically felt like she was dying, and she had all the, you know, the swollen lymph glands, like she couldn't sleep, she was in pain all the time. You know, no energy, heart pain, weight gain, all of the most terrible symptoms you can think of. And when I mean no energy, I mean chronic fatigue, which is not like, oh, you know, I feel a bit tired today, I feel a bit off. It's you can't get out of bed, like you don't have the energy to do that. And at a young age,
you're
that
near death. You're near death, they say.
yeah, it's because you are.
Yeah.
So that's just something to keep in mind. If like you said, you've got your brother, definitely let him know if he ever, you know, feels. It's always best to, you know, with a hip replacement, obviously he wouldn't be able to get that removed because it's something that's obviously holding his hip together. But there are
right. No. What would it? It'd have to find another material then, wouldn't it? If that was the case.
Yeah. Well, there is, but because of with everything, it's cost related. So there is ceramic hip replacement joints where you don't have any heavy metals involved whatsoever. So that would be definitely an option for him. Just like it's
he's
an
currently
option.
50. I'm 60, so he's 58. So as you get older, they tend to be reluctant to do these operations as well as the older you get. But at the moment, it's only been in his body for 4 years, and I've said to him that, you know, you're going to get out there, keep doing all your exercising, because now you've got a nice stainless steel hip that's better than the one on your right side. So like, get going, come on, you know, get cycling, get jogging, and get out there. So he's doing that. So he's he's got back to good health anyway now. So that's good news for him, you know. And I said, if you're worried about it so much, do the cycling and then go to the swimming club that you go to, and just go swimming and cycling, and that's good enough. And then go for walks if you don't want to do your jogging. But because he was a bit worried about the jolting, and I said, it's going to be okay, man. Don't worry, solid, man. And now he's jogging and everything, and he's happy, tickety boo. But I'll keep in mind. I will say that to him. If in the future you become way down and you don't know what it is, you can't put your finger on it, maybe check for the heavy metals test in your blood, and then it will come up. That titanium will spike.
Well, with the titanium, you have to order it's a separate test because like I said, it's not classified as a heavy metal. So, but you can definitely do one for both, because like I was saying before, those implants do contain nickel, aluminium, and lead. So those will definitely show up on the heavy metals test, but also do a separate test for the titanium.
Yeah. Because it is an unusual material in your body, and it's quite a lot of it as well. So yes, that's a very good point, folks.
Yeah. What happens with heavy metals is they do tend to accumulate in the menings, which is essentially what it's a fluid that, you know, covers the brain and the spinal cord. So
that's right.
Like, and this is something that they find with people that have you know, what they term bacterial meningitis or meningococcal, where it's actually heavy metals that settle you know, in the menings, hence meningitis.
Is that anything to do with the blood-brain barrier, or is that
yes,
different area?
yes, that's right. So that's where they tend to accumulate and they cause
Yes,
these
yes,
issues.
this is it. I understand that. Yeah.
But yeah, and another thing is, yeah, dental implants are very common these
Oh,
days to be
you took
titanium.
the words out of my teeth, man. You
Yeah,
just took the words out of my teeth.
yeah,
I was just going to say that literally. Yeah.
yeah, yeah,
The amalgamate. It's the amalgamate that is the problem because in England, when I had the fillings, okay, it was amalgamate that they use. It's that silver stuff that you see them mixing in a little polish, what a porcelain kind of cup, you know,
yeah.
and they need it, don't they? They need it in there. They need it. They need it. They need it. Then they put it into an inserter, which they then insert into your teeth, and they push it, inject it in. Yeah, right.
That's right.
Now that stuff, I've seen it on on YouTube where it's just kind of like it's leaking. What's the word I'm looking for? When you can't see it with your naked eye, but it's like the vapor. That's it. It's
Yeah, yeah,
vaporizing, and you can't see it unless you have a special kind of camera, the X-ray that shows you this thing, right? And they said it's poisonous, toxic to the high. It's like a ticking bomb. It causes cancer.
yeah.
Right,
Yeah,
right. So,
definitely with the with the fillings is one thing, but what I was trying to get at too was the actual implants where they will actually um put a socket in, which is like the for a screw. So what they do is they put a socket into your gum, which is titanium. So that gets implanted right into your gum, and then you have
yeah,
a fake tooth with a titanium screw end where that gets screwed
yeah,
into place.
yeah, yeah,
But yeah, definitely the fillings, and also, I mean, mercury was also used heavily for fillings as well. So yeah, but
yeah. Yeah, I've
that's
had all those removed from my teeth anyway. I've had
that's
all
good.
that removed because I've got them as a kid, you see.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
I went here in Japan. Cost me $1,000 to get that done, right? To get all those fillings turned into a more natural resin type. No, nothing to do with metal
yeah.
whatsoever. Right.
That's good
No
then.
metal.
That's good that you did that.
Yeah, 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 yeah. And the reason why I did that was because I watched that bloody. I
Yeah,
couldn't believe what I was seeing. I thought, fucking hell. And even the dentist as well, the actual dentist said, I don't think you should have this in. This Japanese man said, I don't think you should have this in your mouth. This is what they give us in London. He goes, yeah, this is not good. It's bad for your health. I goes, I know. Can we? Yeah, okay, let's go. That's when I decided to do it, you know.
yeah.
And that was back in 2004. Yeah.
Well, there was actually another, just to go back to the hip replacement thing. There's actually an orthopedic surgeon that had a hip replacement done, and he's actually he's in a particular documentary. I forget which one it is, but it was obviously sort of exposing the medical implant industry. And he, as an
Okay.
orthopedic surgeon, was the kind of guy that would recommend all these products to people, and that's why he put it inside himself. He was a believer in the product, and
Right.
he got all the symptoms that I spoke of earlier, even to the point where he remembers being at a conference. He traveled somewhere for a conference, anyway, a medical conference,
Yeah.
and he was experiencing like psychosis to the point where he wrote all over the hotel walls. I don't know what the writing was, but he just basically lost his shit, you could say.
Yeah.
Um,
A
and
bad
anyway,
energy buzz.
it got to the point where, as well, he didn't know what it was, what the culprit was at all, and he finally decided that he would see if the implant had anything to do with it. So when he actually booked his surgery in and got it done, what they found was that what his particular implant was, that cobalt that I was speaking of. It had
Yeah.
actually completely deteriorated inside the socket, where it was basically a metal
Oh.
sludge. It
Yeah.
was it was sludge. So, and all of
Oh.
that was leaking into his bloodstream.
Yeah.
So
Terrible. Terrible. Terrible.
that's what was causing his issues. And like I said, this is an orthopedic surgeon.
Yeah.
The kind of guy that were all for it at one stage. So yeah,
Another thing that I came to learn, which makes perfect logical sense, and that's due to this the autism that's been around for the last 20 years of my life that I've been aware of it. Okay, is that when you accumulate anecdotal stories and evidence, that becomes data in itself. You see what I mean? So the governments cannot, and the governments and the governing bodies that are responsible for this this condition have to pay attention. They can't ignore it. You know, when you've got thousands upon thousands, it goes into millions of people who have got this, and they're all saying the same thing. Well, that there is evidence and data, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, of
You
course.
know, because they tend to ignore anecdotal stories because you don't know
Of
what you're
course.
talking about. It's all in your mind and things like
Yeah.
that, you know, quickly.
Right.
Yeah. But when it's accumulated, you know, across the flat earth where everybody's, most people, not most people, but those who are suffering from autism are saying the same story, then there's obviously something in it, obviously. Yeah.
Yep.
Anecdotal doesn't mean it's not worth listening to. No, you've got to listen to it because you never know what you might glean, you see. That's the thing, you know. Yeah.
Yep.
And I'm
100%.
lucky. Yeah, go ahead.
No, I'm done.
Sorry, Globus. Yeah, I was going to say that I'm lucky because I am able to recall. I can recall my health condition through my life. I can. You know what I mean? You know, and I'm glad that I can do that almost year per year. You
Yeah.
know, because when you, if you can't, if, most of the time is you're on a routine. You've got to go to school. You've got to get up in the morning. You've got to come back from school. So that was a regular thing. And then you go and play with your friends. And can you recall what kind of things were you doing and how you were, how you performed? And I was like a bloody grease lightning beast when it came to sports and all that. I loved it, you know,
Yeah.
excelled. And I joined the military. I excelled in that as well. In the physical training, I didn't excel in being promoted, but you know, I was like an ox. You know, you could rely on me without a doubt. You know, and even my brother was proud of that, and I was proud of him as well. And because we were in it in together, and yeah, I thoroughly enjoyed it. They couldn't break me. I broke them. They even put me in the guardhouse a few times because I am a man who, if it's wrong, it's wrong. I'm not going to say yes when it's wrong. I can't obey. I will not obey an order that is wrong. You know, but they put me down for insubordinate several times. The man
Yeah.
gave a wrong order. I can't obey it. You know, I
Yeah,
was
well, that's
that.
why
So
you never got promoted.
yeah, that's right. That's why I never got promoted. Yeah, that's why I never got promoted. That's what it worked out. That's why I left.
Yeah, fair enough.
That's why I left because I wasn't getting promoted.
That isn't a place for any man of conscience, that's for sure.
Yeah. And when I left, I said to them this. I said, I know you guys are racist. You are keeping me down. Whenever I see you on the street, you will never be able to look at me in the eye. I tell you, you'll never be able to do that because I know what you guys are about. And I slammed my kit bag on his desk. All the papers went everywhere. And I marched out. I actually marched out though. Should have walked out casually, but I marched out. I was that angry. Still in military mode.
Oh man, I just got the tail end of this story. Seemed like a good one.
Oh, you
Yeah.
missed out. Manage.
I was just talking about when I left the military, you know, because I wasn't getting promoted. But we were talking about remembering your health in the past because it can help you decipher if you have problems in the future. You know, most people don't think like that. They don't, you know, they're just living their life and going to parties, drinking, doing the drugs, and enjoying what they think is a good life, and that's good for them. Good luck, well done. But sometimes you have problems. Now you need to be able to recall your medical condition and what was it like in your young days, youth. How were you? Well, I mean, what's your health like? I mean, did you ever put yourself through the extreme tests? That's why I'm doing that now. I mean, it snowed today. We've had snow today, and Jim was out, shorts, lycra, Under Armour lycra t-shirt, cycling to the shops, getting my stuff and things and parts for my son's bicycle. Yeah, and it was
Yeah,
snowing.
I did see the snow today. My partner called me from Japan and
Yeah,
showed me the beautiful snow. I was quite jealous
yeah,
because here it was muggy and just disgustingly humid.
yeah, yeah.
But yeah, it was really nice to see.
I don't mind the disgustingly humid because that's another chance for exercising. I use the humid weather to my advantage, always. It's a natural sauna. You sweat easily, right? You soon get a sweat on when you start exerting muscular force, and it's a good chance to get out there. The shortness of breath means your body has to compensate for that, and you know, and I'm doing that all the time. That's how I know my health is doing good, and I'm 60, and I'm still fighting this thing, still fighting death. I said to my children, right, there's people who are unhealthy, and I drew it on the board for them, right, on the board. I said, people who are healthy, who drink drink too much alcohol, smoke, have a bad diet, they tend to die like this. This is the curve. Daddy, on the other hand, is that he's dropping, but you can see it's almost straight. It drops a little bit because he's getting older, but he's still, there's no curve there. It's a straight decline. Yeah, I'm a Klingon. I'm hanging on desperately. I said, I want to be able to do things. That's why I don't do all that stuff where I'm dying in a curve, dramatic curve fashion. No, I can't do that. No. I like to know that I can play basketball with you, and you're going to be breathing heavy because I'm giving you a hell. Yes, you're younger than me. You're in your 20s. You're 19. Yeah. Okay. Well, come on. Take on your granddad. Yeah, they got a lot on their plate. I feel sorry for them. Yeah. But yeah, you were talking about breathing heavy, getting chest pains. Well, I don't mind getting chest pains when it's down to when it's down to exercising, and you're really breathing hard to get the air in, and yeah, I like that feeling. You're out, right? You've done, yeah, great, yeah.
Yeah. No, I understand.
Most people want to do the exercise, but they give up at the very start, because they're feeling uncomfortable. What happens is the first 5 minutes of when you start to jog or whatever, you're going to feel uncomfortable until you settle in. So don't give up at that. The body, just because you've just raised the heart rate from walk to run or jog, so you're going to feel a little bit uncomfortable. And then if that's the case, stop and walk. Don't stop completely, but stop and keep walking in the direction you want to your destination. And then once you get your breath back, carry on. No shame in stopping and walking. Yeah, but don't give up.
Yep.
Shortness of breath, yeah. Because if you keep training like that, eventually you'll be able to do a nice, long run, and you won't be out of breath. I mean, I done 12 miles the other day. 12 miles, man.
That's decent. That's definitely a good effort for sure.
Yeah, that's 12 miles, man. Yeah, and then I had a little bit of pain on the left hip at the back for like 3 days. I think because it went on for a while, and it was the jolts. Yeah, cycling no problem, but jogging and that, yeah, you do get a pain now and again.
Yeah.
But I did it though. I still did it though. That was the thing. Oh, yeah, man.
But as long as your heart rate doesn't stay up for a long time, as you've finished your jog, if it's staying at a high beats per minute rate,
elevated. If it's still elevated, I mean, yeah.
It's always not a good sign if it stays there and doesn't come down. But if it comes down relatively quickly, then you're good to go.
Oh yeah, my one does. I'm never. But look, I mean, I'm cycling like 40 miles. For a casual cycle. 40 miles. So there's no way that my heart rate stays elevated. It's only elevated when I'm pumping those pedals. Once I'm finished, it's just do. And then when you come off the bike, you get the rubber leg syndrome.
Yeah.
You find the land legs again. Yeah. That's when you've done a workout.
Definitely.
Yeah, love all that. Yeah, I'm glad that I can still do that. That's the thing. I'm glad I can still participate in that. And in this winter, I'm still giving it. But I'm going extra shorts, t-shirts, lycra. That when I'm out there, proving a point. Yeah. So we black people are more susceptible to this Omicron nonsense. Yeah. Okay. Let's see. Let's see what it's got. Come on. Bring it on.
You know what I really want to do? And I mean, this may come across as strange to some people, but I want to actually get someone that has tested positive, right? That has all the signs and symptoms and whatnot. And I actually want to get them to cough in my face, sneeze them, all of the transmission techniques that they
methods.
the methods. And I want to prove a point that way if I can.
Bless. I'm with you on that one. I am with you 100% on that. I've said to people that I can be in the room with 100 of these people and I'm not going to get anything. And I'm a living example of that, because here in this classroom, okay, I'm the only teacher. The kids are coming in. coughing and spluttering, I've always got a whole box of tissue boxes there so they can take a tissue, okay? And I've not once caught the cold. Now, all the time, I'm thinking I'm going to catch it, okay? I'm thinking I'm going to get it, but I never got it once. I'm very careful with the air conditioning, because that's what they use here in Japan. We don't have central heating. So in the summer, we use the cooler, but I don't put it on all the time. And in the winter, again, it's on and off, on and off. I don't particularly like it. And I don't use it in my car. But I never once got sick. Not once.
Yeah.
And I've had adult students, kids, coughing, sneezing, everything. I give them the tissue, use the tissue. Some of them suffer with hay fever, okay? Right? In my drawer, right here in my drawer, I've got eucalyptus, peppermint, aromatherapy oil. And when they've got that blocked nose, when they've got a blocked nose and they can't breathe properly, I'll put a small tissue paper on the table, 1 drop, 2 drops on that tissue paper, and that infuses with the ear, and they can breathe better on the desk whilst they're here. And then some come with itchy eyes. Another symptom of hay fever is that their eyes are itchy and they're forever rubbing their eyes. So I've got a proper sterilized eye cup, lotion cup, and I give them spring water to wash their eyes with. And they feel so comfortable. I said, tell your mum that's what you need. Don't buy any medicine because you don't need it, okay? And then I actually tell their mum, mums anyway that they're suffering with hay fever, aren't they? I said, yeah. Well, I showed them what I used. I used this. I showed them so they know that this teacher is trying. I said, look, that's what I gave them to breathe on the table. And this is the spring water that I use. You can buy it in any shop. Clean water, no chemicals in there, except for the minerals that are there naturally. Okay, there you go. So that they know that, if there's anything, if anything does happen, it can't be me. Do you know what I mean?
But yeah, I just want to prove this supposed cause and effect relationship that they purport happens, this transmission, I'd like to put that to the test, like I have already in the past several times, not willingly, and you could say, because at the time, say for example, if I was there, with, for example, someone in bed and they were sick as a dog, like, I mean, sick. And they're like, "Oh no, don't kiss me. I'm sick." I'm like, "Fuck off." Trust me, I'll be fine. Not once did I ever develop any symptoms, and I'm talking people that were sick with the flu, flu, whatever that may be. Not once,
Yeah, me too. The same story. I was just, let's get it on, man. Don't worry about that, man. Come on.
Yeah, exactly. That's really all I have on my mind, and no matter what you say, no matter what disease you're telling me that you have, I'm not stopping. So don't worry about that.
Very, don't worry.
Yeah. Exactly right.
Oh, it's funny, man. It's true though. That's what I'm like. Yeah. I'm glad you're speaking your mind, Gobless. What you're saying is true. I'm like you there. I'm saying to people, I'm looking to catch it. I'm looking to catch it naturally. Where is it? Exactly. Is it around the next bend? Is it around the next bend or over the next mountain? Where is it, this thing?
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah. You're right. You see, that's logic. Because that's how you build natural immunity, you see. Anyway.
Yeah, that's right.
Right? That's how you build your natural immunity. So if it is indeed a new strain, then my idea is this. Okay, I'm going to contract it. So the worst I'm going to be is either 3 weeks, worst scenario 4 weeks, and I should be recovering. Now, if it's not that, then, and I'm not recovered after 4 weeks, well, it's definitely man-made, isn't it?
That's it.
Right. So, I'm looking to get it. I'm not scared. I'm like you. I can be in a room there. I'm not worried about people sneezing and coughing anymore. I used to be. Not until I watched this documentary. It's called The History of Germ Theory by Arthur Furstenberg, and it was uploaded by Rockets Push Off Air. I'm gonna put it in the live stream shortly for you guys, and anyone who's interested, watch it. It's a really good one, and basically it tells you that all the ideas about germs and that there's no concrete facts. It's all theory. Nothing
put it this way.
Solid.
Put it this way. Have you ever? I noticed something just at home with my dishwashing liquid. I
Okay.
looked high and low on the bottle, on the container. Anywhere where it said antibacterial or antivirus or anything of the sort. And guess what? There's nothing of the sort. They don't make any of those claims because there's no need for that. All detergent does is break down grease and break down food grime and whatnot. It doesn't do
That's
anything
right.
antibacterial. So imagine all the times that you've eaten at restaurants, for example, or wherever, or even just at home. All your utensils are full of bacteria. They would be because your washing detergent does nothing to kill anything. It's not designed to do that. So, I mean,
Well, no. Well, I have a really high standard. Listen, when I'm washing my dishes and cutlery and stuff like that, I'm using 100 degrees centigrade water, boiling point water. So I have to have gloves on. That's the first thing, yeah. So that all the food that's dried on the plates and on the fork falls off easily. And then when I rinse, it's the same thing again. I clean out the sink. I then put in again from the kettle, 100 degrees Celsius in there, and I put everything in, and then I take the forks out because they're going to come out clean. I might dry them and check it, so there's no residue of any of that soap on there. I don't put it in the. Everything gets rinsed completely. Okay.
yeah.
I've got so much confidence that that in the first place, after doing the dishes, okay, I actually take that water and I wash my toilet with the same sponge that I used to wash my dishes with. That tells you how clean my toilet is. If I can use the
Yeah.
same sponge that I used to wash my dishes to clean my toilet, okay, now that tells you.
Yeah,
I
well,
kid
there
you
you
not.
go.
And I've been doing
There's
that for a
no
long time. Yeah, I don't mess about when it comes to cleaning the utensils, toilets, the floor. You can come into my classroom, you can slide your hand on the ground. You might feel a little bit of grit here and there, but 90% of this floor is grit free. Do you understand what I mean? Yeah?
yeah.
Clean. Because I use bleach, washing up liquid, and 100 degrees Celsius water to clean this floor. So I'm confident in that, without a doubt. That if you were to put this fork under a micron, whatever you call it, and to look for bacteria, there'd be hardly anything on it. It's like hospital. It'd be sterile because I've used 100 degrees centigrade water to rinse them out. Everything's clean, and then I use bleach to clean the surfaces and the sink and everything else. Cleaned everything, and then that water, I don't let it drain because it's clean water. I scoop it up into the bucket, take it to the toilet with another sponge, a different sponge now, and just wipe down the whole toilet with that. What do you think?
Disgusting.
Nah, it's clean, man. The sponge is clean, you know. You know what I did? You know what I did once, right? To actually prove to my kids how clean everything was. I got the bog brush, okay, because I clean the bog brush as well, and I use another brush to clean it. But we're cleaning it in hot water, 100 degrees. Okay, we cleaned it out properly, rinsed it out, and then I brushed my teeth with it. They cracked up.
I was
Okay.
gonna say that. I was
Yeah.
actually gonna say that.
Yeah, yeah. So that's the level of hygiene that I want. That's how I operate when I'm at home. Yeah. Then I'll take that level to the bush as well. To the bush.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
I'm personally not terrified of bacteria. I mean, I'm not saying that you are, but I think that's a conditioning that we've experienced throughout our whole lives. We've been conditioned to be scared of bacteria, and that's something else I really look. I haven't been shown evidence of is bacteria attacking and killing a cell. I mean, it's the same deal with the viruses. I want to see evidence of that happening. I mean, is it
Yeah,
too
me
much to
too.
ask for? So I'm personally not one to overly sanitize anything.
No,
Or
neither am I.
for example, overly cook my meat. Like I'll eat a steak rare because I like it that way, and I've never gotten sick from it. I mean,
Oh yeah.
I even ate raw chicken in Japan.
Yes, me
That
too.
was a
Raw chicken, raw beef,
yeah,
raw horse
yeah.
meat as well. I've eaten.
Yeah, I ate raw horse liver in Japan, and it was absolutely amazing.
Yeah,
And
it was.
I mean, that shows you right there that there's nothing to be afraid of. Like it's not that it's people are like, oh no, it was prepared differently. No, there's no such thing as preparing it differently. It was basically just fucking raw chicken. It was cut in a special way, so it looked really nice, right?
Yeah.
And I'm sure the chicken that it came from was really healthy. I mean, if you want to call that preparation, then okay. But it wasn't like sterilized or anything of the sort. Nothing like that. It was, just it definitely has to be a healthy animal. I mean, that's key.
Yeah.
That's key to you not to you not ingesting the toxins that animal ingested. I mean, to me that makes sense. But to be afraid of, sorry, guys.
It's sliced beautifully and well presented, and then with the way I had the raw horse meat, it looked like corned beef, but very lean, no fat in there at all. Okay,
Yeah, right.
Thinly sliced, and it came with lemon and pureed garlic. So what you do is you get and the pureed garlic came in a small glass cup with a tiny little teeny weeny silver spoon, right? And you dip it in there and you spread it on the actual slice of horse meat, and then you take the lemon, squirt it, roll it up, and just pop it into your mouth. And man, it's a love explosion. That's all you got. That's all.
Definitely. That's one thing I really like about Japanese cuisine is the fact that they don't denature their meat. And by denature, I mean, for example, they do eat a lot of raw meat, which, it still contains all the micronutrients that haven't been destroyed by heat. And that's my theory behind why. Yeah, exactly. And that's my theory behind why they have some of the highest life expectancies in the world, because their diet is, high in nutrients and like I said, the meat's not denatured. They absorb all the nutrients and everything that you need. Because like I said, the diet is so good.
Yeah, that's exactly my sentiment there as well. And I'm so glad that I'm able to eat like that.
Yeah,
and
you're
I
very
understand
lucky.
there's nothing to be worried about with these terms. I'm about to post this video from over there. 1 second. Hopefully I will be able to post it if it's going to allow me. I don't know what's happened there.
Definitely the best raw tuna I've ever had was obviously in Japan.
What the fuck is it?
I mean, it's something else. The food is you can't compete with it.
Okay, here it comes. The video should be coming your way. No, that's it. Done. Wiki.
Oh yeah. Thanks for that. I'll have a.
Did you see it? Yeah, that is a great video, man. It was 3 hours long, right? It was 3 hours long. Okay. Then he took it off there. He removed it, and then about a few months later, he uploaded it. That was last year. He uploaded it 2 years back though, so it was 2 years ago that I'm watching this one, because that's when it all kicked off, and he put it. That's when all the people were still able to put the content out there. This one is like, it's right down your alley. It's saying exactly what you're saying is what this video is saying, is that we shouldn't be scared of germs. You're saying, I want to meet this thing. I want to catch it. I'm looking to get it. So am I. You said you want to be in a room with someone who's got this Omicron, cough in my face, spit in my head, do whatever you like, sneeze, whatever, bring it on. I'm the same.
Yeah, and hopefully this person's good looking too, so we can do more than that, and prove ourselves, But 100%, man. I'd love to do that, and also, have video evidence of it so I can show other people.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, that would be fantastic to show. All through the 3-4 months through the cold season, and see how you get along. Because I know what you mean. I've been through it myself all these years. My children will tell you that they've never seen me sick once. The oldest is 21, going to be 22 this year, and he's never seen me sick once.
And you're in contact with a lot of people day-to-day basis with your students, right?
That's right. That's what I was saying.
It's not that, because a lot of people, but you stay indoors and you don't. No, I definitely don't.
I'm
Uh,
outside as well. What are you talking about? I'm outside as
yeah,
well.
exactly. And I'm meeting a lot of new people every day. So, and yeah, obviously, I don't, take any precautions and none of those stupidities. No
No.
masks, no sanitizing my hands with all those alcohols, completely just drying out my skin. I don't do any of that shit.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah. I mean, I've climbed the mountains. I've climbed Mount Scuba here in Japan, where I am here. In it's snow. I've got shorts, mountain socks, boots, lycra stuff, my rucksack with my jacket in there, and I'm climbing up. Okay, with shorts, summer shorts on, military ones. They're actually military shorts with the army green ones with the pockets on the side of that. I've got how many pockets? 4 pockets. So you've got 2 on the side and 2 on the back side. Yeah, really nice they are. I've got camouflage ones. I've got green ones. I've got them on, and I'm up on that mountain like nobody's business. In winter, I've been doing that all the time now because I want to see how strong my immune system is, and it's strong. I'm not getting cold. Not even a
yeah,
sniffle. I might get a runny nose when I get down to the bottom, because there's obviously I'm hot. It's cold out in my environment, so you get that temperature change, but it doesn't lead to a cold. I wipe my nose after that, drive home, and I'm fine.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah. I've had some sneezing fits, and that's because there's dust in the ear that's tickling my nasals. I was got a sniff, but I've never, been grounded. No. Sick. No. Even that slight cough, but nothing serious where I'm not able to operate. It's not happening. So yeah, that's the thing about your health. You should be able to do this. When you know this, then you're spending less time in the doctors. You're not looking at medicine, and you're spending more time enjoying life. But unfortunately, they've got this stupid madness going on. So now we need to concentrate on how to get rid of this crazy thing that's going on at the moment, because it's not good what's happening in your country, what they plan in China and Hong Kong and everywhere else around the world. It's not good, this thing. I mean, look at that. The tennis player
Yeah,
wants to come and play tennis in the Australian Opens. Now he cannot play because he hasn't been vaccinated. He's got an exemption, all right? But that exemption won't fly in Australia because they've got draconian laws in. And then the people themselves should be saying, let him in. Let's see if he catches it. That's what they should be saying, shouldn't they?
yeah, exactly.
They want to make him an example.
Of course they do. Of course they do, percentage. Yeah. Of course they do.
Yeah, my country is no longer recognizable.
Yeah, I have to say.
It's a shame because it was clearly my favorite country in the world since that's why I live here. I wouldn't be here if it wasn't like that. But obviously, like I've traveled the world, so I've had different and I've lived, not just traveled, lived in different countries. And this was to me the best out of the bunch. And now it's just like I said, not recognizable. It's not.
worse than Germany, honestly.
Yeah.
And this is
It's
based
not.
on
It
Yo, and
doesn't
what's
feel
funny
like
is
home anymore.
Novak Djokovic, he got the exemption by 2 independent medical panels organized by Tennis Australia and Victoria State. So, like, normally you would only need a medical exemption from a doctor, right? But he has 2 separate independent medical panels. Medical panels meaning they consist of doctors, and one is like state kind of sponsored. Victoria State organized it. So it's like it's tough to argue that he doesn't have a valid exemption, but they're going to show that like if it's not exactly meeting their draconian law or their whatever they state, then they're going to set it up as an example.
Yeah,
exactly.
And the funny thing is, one of them was so independent they don't know who the candidates are. They don't know they don't know the names of the people who are actually asking for these exemptions. They don't know the names apparently. So anonymity was there as well. So they just gave it out legitimately. So I don't know what's going on with Australia. Once they said no one can come in at all if you haven't followed the customs and immigrations laws and that. So you can't come in if If you're not following the COVID laws, you can't come in. Basically, no one gets in. Silly.
But yeah, his visa was officially canceled like an hour ago.
Yeah. That's what we was told. They said no, he's not allowed to get in. Perfect opportunity to see if he would have caught it or not. They don't want him spreading anything around. Terrible.
Former Australian Open tournament director Paul McNamee told local media that the visa U-turn was unprecedented, saying it smells of politics.
There you go. See, of course it does. Of course it smells of politics. This should make the Australian citizens sit up and have a think as to what's
You
going
mean
on
the
in
same
your
Australian citizens where 90% of them got vaccinated? The sheep?
It is really sad to hear that number. If that's the number,
90% over the age of 16.
I wouldn't believe the state sponsors statistics so easily.
okay. What is it in your opinion then, please?
From the people that I surround myself with, and not everyone's like mine. Definitely, no one's a flat earther that I know of. And the people I just meet, like new people, I'd have to say it's more like 50-50 or maybe 60-40. Because I've been surprised by the amount of people that I meet. Like I said, brand new people that I've never met before in my life that either feel the same way as I do, or are very close to it. Where
But maybe you just move in smart circles.
Not exactly.
Maybe you're at the point in your life where you know like what you kind of want, and you've kind of avoided the bullshit and stuff like that, and maybe you've kind of cut those people, or those people are out of your life now, and you just gravitate towards the real niggas,
That's a possibility too, but a lot of them are clients of mine, which and a lot of them are, you could say, elderly. To the point,
but how do you get your clients? Like, word of mouth is the best kind of form of advertisement, right? So
that's actually exactly how I get them. But yeah, I mean, the sort of the demographic that should be most fearing of what's going on, and I'm always surprised by their thoughts on it, like to the point where I'm like, that's why I don't believe in the statistics purported by the media here, because that's who's right. That's who exactly is behind all the statistics put out currently, whether it be the number of cases, obviously the vaccination thing that appears on our televisions and newspapers just day after day. So yeah, man, like it looks like we're all sheep here. I mean, that's the way they've painted us, but I can tell you from personal experience, it's definitely not like that.
Fair enough.
Okay.
I'm sure you could do like a little poll, like a Pew poll, just to see what the thing is. Conduct a little survey next time you're at the mall or something like that.
Definitely. I mean, that I would actually love to.
All right. So, Globulus, all the people you met never got the jab, yeah? Is that what you're saying?
I've definitely, like I said, it was more like 50-50 or 60-40. So obviously, I have met people that have had it, but I've also met people that have had it and have changed their opinion of it, and that are no longer scared. That will no longer wear a mask.
So you've met people that have had it, and then they have had it.
Exactly.
Up to here.
Yeah, 100%, man.
This percentage, you know what I mean? You can be a wally at times.
Scallywag, I call him.
Yeah, very good.
I've been known to be a cheeky cunt from time to time.
From time to time, yeah.
It's all in good faith.
So, exactly. Well, I'm glad to hear that you're giving us some good news at least. There's some hope.
There is definitely hope here, and I mean, I'm sure that you guys have seen the protests and the people that.
Oh yeah.
Although
that
that
get run over.
Yeah, they get shot by the police.
Best protest
and all that
I ever
happens.
saw, the best protest that I've seen so far in your country, and that would be across this world so far with all this going on, is in Australia. And it was when 1 week there was a protest where the police were attacking the women and old women and slamming them down on the ground. Then a couple of weeks later, there was another protest, and the men stood right back and let the line of women stand up, and they sung their protest. And I meant that they were nose to nose with the police, right? With the authorities, yeah, with the enforcers. And I mean, almost nose to nose. And the women had their hands on their hips, screaming their protest in a song, non-stop. And the men were just arms folded, watching, waiting for them to attack. It was brilliant. It was brilliant. I thought that was power.
Yeah.
That was power. They couldn't do a thing. And the women were shouting and screaming and singing it into their head. Power, emotion. Yeah? I was moved.
Yeah.
I thought, you deserve
They're also
it.
If police were that bad, surely they just would have slammed them down on the ground and beat them.
I would have been mayhem then, because the men would have just taken. If you're beating a woman.
But they would have then beat the men, and they would have better numbers and better equipment. I mean, come on, Jim. It's either one way or it's the other.
There are also several restaurants here that
were
are
there to make sure that didn't go down. Because if it had gone down, I think there might have been deaths that day.
There are also several restaurants here that have refused to implement any mandates. So, like, there's definitely hope, and there's definitely, the feeling that, we won't be imposed upon. I mean, that's really good to hear.
Yeah. Just got to say it a bit louder so they can hear you in the government office.
I just go back to what I said in the very beginning of all this, which is, if there's like a 0.001% chance that doing a really trivial action will help save a little old lady's, life, like Mrs. Yoshida up the road, then fuck it, I'll wear a mask if I'm going into a shop. So what? Use a bit of
I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going.
I know you don't. To you, it doesn't matter. To me, it does.
Yeah, doesn't matter to me. I'm not going to do that because there is no danger. And you wearing the mask isn't going to protect her. That's the reason why. Otherwise, I would do that. If I know that I'm going to wear this mask to protect that old lady, I'm going to do that, of course.
I don't know. That's why I'm saying it's a 0.001% chance and still do it, just in case. Just in case I might be wrong. I consider the possibility of my fallibility. And if I'm right about something, or if I'm wrong about something, I'm going to take the most conservative action, because that is the most pragmatic. Mainly because I care about other people.
What if there's a 0.01% chance?
And not to the point. Hang on. I about other people, but not to the point where I'm going to go against my knowledge and common sense. I'm not going to do that. Okay?
Mm-hmm. But you might be wrong, Jim. Have you ever considered that? What about if you're wrong? What about if you're wrong?
Hey, Russ,
I've considered that, and I know I'm not wrong. I know I am not wrong.
You know you're not wrong. I mean, there's very few things that I don't consider I might be wrong about, Jim. Very few. But, you do you, mate.
Russ, what if there's also a 0.01% chance?
Look. I've seen the masks. I actually currently carry 2 little short videos on my iPhone to show the people here in Japan how ineffective the mask is. And they're of many designs, yeah? And the smoke just passes through. The air canister, one touch, it's like you're not wearing the mask. And these particles are bigger than the so-called virus droplets that you're supposed to be protecting you from. I said it's not going to work. Plus, you've got gaps in your mask. It's not sealed completely around your face, passing through a filter. The mask is useless. Okay? It is not worth putting on.
Yeah, I'm not sure it works, Jen. I've just got to, even if there's a small possibility it does, or, a bit of that mask that is covering my face is going to catch that droplet, then I don't see it as a biggie. It takes me 2 seconds to put it on, 2 seconds to take it off. I think Globus is desperately being up trying to ask a question, and he's been very polite.
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
I just want to ask Russ, what if there's also a 0.01% chance that wearing that mask is going to be detrimental to your health? Are you still willing to do it?
Yeah.
That's definitely true.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, so
Mate, I
that's-
ride a motorbike and I smoke. Wearing a mask is the last fucking concern I have.
Well, exactly. So you don't give a shit about your health.
That's an okay point.
What a wally. I mean, come on. That's
If
literally.
you already
foolishness.
smoke, you can't really complain about the danger of masks. It's more just a choice.
Yeah. Get out of here.
I'm not a hypocrite, Jim. That's why I'm honest about my reasoning.
Please, I'm not a hypocrite because I'm not.
I never said you were.
Okay, I'm just letting people know. I'm never going to wear a mask. I wear a mask when I ride my motorbike. It's called a Respro. I'm sure you know the brand. Yeah, that protects you from 8 pollutants in the air. I've been wearing them for like over 40 years. So that's fine. You know, that's one of my motorcyclists. But I'm not going to be wearing a mask just for this stupid thing that's not around. I'm not going to do that. That goes against the logic of living. You know, that's silly.
Well, whatever's going on, people are getting sick, Jim.
The logic of living. I like that concept.
Yeah, thank you very much. What's going on with people? They're unhealthy. That's the number one thing. They are unhealthy. That's your first problem. They followed the system. So they're into this system, and their Jin has been in the system, but on the outside looking in.
I buck the system. The government tells me every day I shouldn't smoke, and I do.
Yeah, right. Well, there you go.
People ever stopped getting sick, though? Is this something new?
Have you ever stopped being sick? 43 years now? I'm just so happy.
Yo,
I haven't had a sick day off work for over 5 years.
So apparently there's 3 other tennis players that did get exemptions and who've been let into the country.
They're being
Aside from Novak
investigated.
Djokovic. Yeah.
What's going on?
Isn't that funny?
What is going on?
Yeah, the exemption thing is hilarious because JPL has a huge number of religious exemptions. The article I read said rocket scientists at NASA are religious and unvaxxed.
JPL. We're talking about entering Australia.
Yeah, I'm saying that a lot of these people make it seem like these health nuts, right? Like an athlete says no, thank you.
See, the problem is you get to a point of fitness where it can actually be damaging to your health. You see that in a lot of athletes. That's why a lot of footballers die young.
I don't see that in a lot of athletes where getting fit is detrimental to their health. No,
he's saying getting the vaccine is detrimental.
Yeah.
No, I mean being overtraining, overdoing it. And that's what a lot of people do.
I don't see that with a lot of, not with a lot.
Overtraining or overtraining after being vaccinated?
Sorry.
No, just overtraining.
No, just
overtraining. I mean, joggers getting shin splints and stuff like that. Of
course, but that's that's completely irrelevant.
There are consequences to actions. Just putting more stress on your heart.
It's not a lot.
All that
You're
kind
putting
of stuff.
stress on my heart right now.
He said a lot. That was the thing I didn't like to hear. He said a lot. No, it's not a lot.
Yeah, maybe
He's
a lot.
throwing shit on the wall and seeing what sticks. You can hear it as he says it.
That might have been an insight. Sorry, Jim. That was me being bad.
Yeah, don't worry about it. You're lucky I'm not in the room. You're lucky you're not in the room because you'll be picking yourself off the floor.
Don't worry about it. I'm more than capable of defending myself.
Yeah, I'm sure. After a rugby tackle and you hit your head on the table, I'm sure. Yeah, right.
Yo, Jane, you a savage, man.
Yeah, don't think I'm coming to you with all fisticuffs. My whole body's coming at you. You got Jin's body weight.
Yeah,
like
cool.
I know, diving.
Yeah, who needs the spear when you are a spear?
Exactly. They don't know how to fight, now.
Oh my
One
god!
minute I'm in your face, then the next minute I've got your legs. Now you're fighting, trying to find something to grab hold of.
Now what are you gonna do? You're falling down. Your arms are flailing wildly, looking for anything to grab onto. What are you gonna do now?
Yeah, it's not a problem. I'll use the 12, 13 plus years of fucking judo and jiu-jitsu I didn't pay. Being on the ground is my favorite place to be.
He's got your knees buckled. You're hugging your knees. What are you gonna do? You're on your way down. You feel yourself falling. It's like you have no idea when you're gonna land.
And
I'll break fall.
Next thing, his balls are in pain because I'll grab his nuts. So now,
let's ease up.
Yelping, get him off me! Get him off me!
Yeah.
No, hold up.
And then-
So he said he's gonna break his fall. That means he's gonna do a 360 twist. I mean, a 180 twist as he's falling. All right, he's gonna break his fall with his arms.
You can break fall whether you're falling backwards, whether you're falling forwards, or whether you're falling sideways. You don't need to twist at all.
No,
Don't
but
be stupid.
I'm kind of helping you.
You
out
obviously
with
have
this. So
never
you're
done
gonna do
any
a
form of martial
quick
art.
twist.
Jin will actually agree with me on this point that you can break fall regardless of the direction you're going in, unless someone's actually holding you by your ankles and then dropping your head on the floor.
Well, he's got you by the knees.
He's not
and dropping your head on the floor.
suplexing me. He's not suplexing me. He's doing a rugby tackle. I used to play rugby. I'm quite used to being tackled. That's not a problem. And if he grabs my balls, I'll fucking put his eyes out. But that's not the point.
How are you gonna break your fall and put his eyes out at the same time?
Well, because he's going to put me down and then he's going to grab my balls. There's two things going on there.
Don't underestimate Jin.
Once I know you're on your way down,
He's a little old man who likes to ride a bike.
He's going for your balls
5'2".
as you're falling. He's going for the balls during the fall.
No, he's spearing me.
I weigh 85 kg. I'm 5'8.5". That's all. I'm not tall.
Yeah,
but I'm a nuisance.
Yeah, he's not tall, but he can go for the fall.
Yeah, I've got 20 kilos on you and 4 inches. Great.
Oh, that's all right. That's what I like. I love those odds.
Yeah. Anyway, Jin, doesn't matter. We're never going to meet, so it's kind of a pointless conversation.
Yeah, I just like to put myself in the right position now. Like, you're never.
I'm sure you're used to getting in the position, Jin.
Assume the position, Sonny. But I wasn't speeding. Shut up.
I could beat both you guys in the arm wrestle.
Yeah, that's what people thought till they met me, man.
If Dross was wearing a mask during the fight, he'd be at a disadvantage.
That's true.
I'll tell you what, I'll make you a promise, Jin. I won't spit on your back when I fuck you.
How do you
That's disgusting. That is.
how do you
disgusting.
smoke with a mask on?
Yo, if anyone was wondering where the line was, Dross just crossed it.
He's a wally. He's a wally. He doesn't realise by the time I've already grabbed his legs, it's all over. Breaking his fall is not going to help him. You're going to hear scream, get him off me, please get him off me is what you're going to hear.
Yeah, of course, Jin. I mean, again, you talk the talk, mate. That's cool. And this is a server, and we're never going to meet, so it's kind of pointless.
It's okay, man.
Yeah, I'm not 12 years old. I'm not really going to get involved in this
The older
conversation.
you are, the worse it is for you. You don't seem to understand.
Listen, you know what they need to do? I just figured this out. This would be great if they had an arm wrestling machine where you could arm wrestle someone, but over the internet. So like, you have an arm in front of you, and you're trying to push it down.
And it just measures the force.
Yeah, that would be pretty easy to do.
That would be pretty good, wouldn't it? Yeah, measuring your force. Yeah.
And then your arm, the arm you're pushing on can tell how much force you're putting on it.
Yeah.
And that would send it to the other person and put that much force on it, and vice versa.
Yeah.
That's dope. We need to get on this right now.
Yeah, we do need to get on it. That's nice.
Yeah. That's an interesting one. Jeremy comes out with them
all the time at work.
Keyboard warriors.
I would challenge
to be
everyone
fair,
at work.
Jin is short enough where he would be able to get my legs because we would be obviously a lot lower than me, so I can sort of see that,
Yeah.
And then also with it comes a webcam.
I kind of refuse to kind of like wrestle with little people. I think it's unfair.
Yo, Jeremy. So with it comes a webcam, and it's aimed like right at the hand.
Oh, you gotta have a webcam so we know. Yeah,
so you know the person isn't
cheating.
cheating. It doesn't aim at the face or anything. It just aims only at the device and
the
like
arm,
the hand that's grasping it. Yeah.
I used to challenge everyone at work to an arm wrestling competition.
Yeah.
That would be like the first thing I did. Yeah, I would do push-up competition, arm wrestling,
Damn.
pull-ups.
How many push-ups can you do without stopping?
About 50.
Yeah, I can do a lot. Pull-ups are tough, but I
don't know about that. 50? I don't believe that. No stopping, no resting.
Yeah, no resting.
We're talking full
push-ups.
No rest.
I do sort of 25, 30 sit-ups a day, sort of 30, 40 push-ups a day, and I do chin-ups every day. I can do about 12 chin-ups consecutively.
I get you, yeah. I do the same. Not really, but okay. But in terms of going up and down, full up and down without rest, you're saying you can do 50?
Walk about 3-4 miles a day. Been from a walk this morning, that's one bit late on.
Yeah, I do a little walking too, like from here to the kitchen and stuff. But in terms of push-ups, straight
Go out for a
up
walk.
and down,
Yes,
no rest.
straight,
I call
straight up and
bullshit on
down. Yeah,
50, man.
I reckon I could do about 50.
I don't
Oh,
think
yeah.
so.
It would hurt, but you know, I do sort of 30 push-ups because it's easy.
I feel you, but I don't think you can do 50.
I might give it a go later just to see. It's been a while,
There you
so
go.
you might be right actually.
Yeah, because 50 is 50 is a number. I can do 50. I'm sure.
I don't think you can do 50 either, Jin.
I actually
do
believe Jin could do 50 because he
I
does.
don't think so.
I actually really believe he trains. I certainly think he could do a lot more squats than me because he does a lot more cycling.
Jin,
And
I
look-
bet you can't do 50. Straight up and down.
look,
You know,
and look,
chest
and look,
touching the
listen,
floor.
listen. I can still do this thing, yeah, where I've got my arms, one arm, right, hanging off a bar, one arm, and bring my legs up in front of me in a pike, hanging off a jungle gym. Okay? I
One
can do
arm
that
hanging
now.
off a bar. What?
Yeah. You know, like a kid, you know, the kids' jungle gym, bar overhead, you grab the bar, now your arm is into a 90-degree, yeah, like that, and then bring my legs up in front, and one arm is free. Now that's something. Can you do that?
Oh, you basically like lift yourself up with one arm?
Yeah,
what he's saying
that's
is he can hang from one arm and he can raise
Yes.
his knees up to 90 degrees.
Yeah, my legs to do a pike. It's known as a pike, but with
Yeah,
one
okay.
arm not being. With
So
one
that
arm,
I thought
I'm
you
sorry, a
said bike.
pike is wrong. I
Yeah.
got that wrong. It's keeping your legs straight and bringing them up to 90 degrees. Sorry, Jim.
Yeah.
I see.
Not that I know anything about exercise whatsoever.
Yeah, it's just like that machine where you have like it has the pads on the arms and elbow, and you could just like lift
No,
your.
it's not.
legs
It's
up.
hanging. It's suspending your weight from one arm and then
Yes.
bringing your legs up to 90 degrees while keeping your
Right.
legs straight.
Right.
Yeah,
I've got
yeah.
a
It's,
picture of
like I
myself
said,
doing
it's
that.
like that little machine where you could put both arms have the padding, but instead of using both arms, you have one arm,
Yeah.
and you
No.
just bring your legs up.
Yeah, that do. Yeah, I can do that, and I can do the pike. You know, with both arms on the floor. You know, like the gymnasts, where they push them and put their legs out in front of them like that from the floor. So please don't underestimate my
What do you
capability.
mean from the floor?
Well, if you're sitting down on the floor, just sitting down, yeah.
He can raise his butt off the floor with two hands and then he can
Two
stick
hands,
his
and then my
legs
legs are
90
up.
degrees outwards from his body.
That's known as a pike.
Yeah.
Raise your butt out. Oh, okay, I got you. Yeah, yeah.
Can you do that? Can you do that right now?
Yes,
you
I
do
can.
that? Yeah, go on.
I
let me
can't.
see.
Oh, my core's not strong enough for that.
Yeah, I'm doing that now. Yeah, look at that. Yeah, nice.
He's doing it now.
Okay, so just so I get it right, you're sitting on your butt, right? And you raise your legs and your back at the same time, and just like balancing like that, right?
You got to lift your legs off the floor. You got to lift your legs off the floor. So you're supporting your weight on your two hands, basically. Yeah?
To be fair, my arms aren't long enough. That's the other problem.
Yeah, I've got it. Done. Lovely.
Can I see?
Yeah, you'd like to see. Yeah. I'm not
I would, yeah, because I don't understand exactly what your sitting position is before you start.
He wants to see you assuming the position, Jim.
I want you to assume the position, yes.
Okay.
Sitting on the floor, man.
Yeah, you're sitting on the floor, cross-legged on your butt, legs out, what?
No, you're just sitting on the floor with your legs
Lord
in
have
front
mercy.
of you, and then
Okay.
you pick yourself up with your hands. Push down.
That's
with your
easy,
hands.
man. That's so easy.
Yeah, we'll do it then. Let's see.
I'll do it right now.
So easy. So
Yeah, I'm currently doing a one-handed handstand.
How much seconds do I have to hold it for?
just 5 seconds to do nicely.
Easy.
With my penis.
Jesus, always takes me longer than 5
1,
seconds, but
2,
that's just me.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Okay, my teal touched.
Well done. Hey. So you got some fitness there then. That's summoning all the strength in your body and focusing it into your hands and locking it all into position.
Yeah, it's a little tiring.
Yes. That's a muscular force. Yeah, that kind of thing.
You did really well there, Percentage. I'm proud of you.
Thank you.
He's definitely in the team.
You feel it in your quads.
Yeah, you got to feel it on your quads immediately. Yeah, that's why stretching is very good.
We should be sponsored by Adidas.
We
I
should be.
still don't
I
believe
love
that Jane can do 50 push-ups though without rest. It's tough.
I can do 50.
Yeah.
Core Fitness,
I don't know,
sponsored
Jim.
by Bollocks.
If you can do 50, then you're more in shape than me, and I'm not sure you are.
Oh, you're not sure I am, yeah?
Not at all.
I wonder why. I wonder why not at all.
Because I am healthy. I mean, not saying you're not healthy, but I'm healthy.
Yeah, I'm healthy, mate.
Well, if you can, then that's amazing.
Oh yeah, no, I do.
Keep it
I
up.
got my
Keep it up.
I got my sit-up bench upstairs that I bring downstairs here, and I do that like 3 times a week. And I do my jungle gym 3 times a week. So that's what I'm doing: my pull-ups and my dips, pull-ups, and leg raises.
Can you do a muscle up?
Sorry?
Can you do a muscle up?
What's a muscle up? I don't know what that is.
Where you basically you lift your entire body.
How?
So you have a bar and you just lift your entire body, all in one smooth movement.
Yeah, that should be easy for me. Yeah.
It's like you're climbing a fence, right? You pull yourself up like you're doing a pull up, and then you put your arms over the bar, and then you push up there. So yeah.
Yeah. That's
Jim can do that maneuver from Arrow where you've got the pull-up bar and he's going up the notches as he goes with his pull-ups.
Yeah, I'll tell you what I like doing. I like doing this one where I've got the bar and then I swing my legs over and control it. You know, like the trapeze. I like doing that in reverse. So I'm doing a reverse swing, not forward swing, but a reverse swing, and then hold the pipe.
There's a GIF for a muscle up.
Yeah. Oh,
in the live stream.
I'm still looking. I ain't seen it. Where is it? I'm in live stream 2.
Live stream 1 text.
Yeah,
sorry,
we're in live stream 2.
Put it in live stream 2, will you, please? Because that's where we are.
Yeah, I can't do that percentage.
Can you put it in live stream 2, please? Waiting. Live stream. Aha, here we go. Yeah. Yeah, that would be difficult for me to do. Now, that would be difficult for me to do.
Yeah, it looks easy. I don't know if I can do it. Last I tried, I couldn't, so probably not.
Yeah, that would definitely be difficult. I can climb over that bar. I can climb over. I don't be able to do it that smooth like that. No, definitely climb over the bar, but I won't be able to do that. No. Yeah, because that requires a lot of
Kevin.
Percentage. This is the great equalizer when someone tries to fucking spear you with a rugby tackle.
Yeah, I weigh 85 kg, so that's gonna.
Yeah, I could pick you up and throw you like a javelin, Jin.
Yeah, that would hurt. That would do it.
I'll tell you that. Your room would be a mess.
I used to have a great thing when I was. I mean, this is when I was a kid, but we used when I was growing up on the farm. Summer Fates. One of my favourite competitions were hay bale throwing. If you've ever done that,
yeah, I know that. Yeah.
With a pitchfork.
Yeah.
So you can get it over that. So you can get it over the highest. Yeah, the highest. So you can get over the highest. A bit like doing a kettle ball throw, but harder. You used to be quite good at that.
Yeah, it's good, isn't it? Those kind of games we used to play in the summertime, Yeah.
I would probably use my shoulder. I'm just visualizing myself do it. I'd probably use my shoulder as for leverage. I'd have the what do you call it? Pitchfork.
Yeah.
And have it laying on my delt, trap, and pull down really hard and push up with my traps so I can get some extra leverage in there.
What you tend to do is you use your favorite arm as the point on the bottom at the base of the pitchfork. So you're holding the top of the pitchfork like that. You're stabbing it in, you're raising it up, and then you're pushing with your strong arm. That's how you do it. But anyway, it's been a while.
But you also put your back into it. Your hip comes into play as well.
Yeah. You use your body, Jin. No one's going to say you don't.
You got to do it with your hands. That's the real test.
Yeah, use your body. Your bicep is in there as a steady. The bicep is there to steady that thing, like you said. But then you're going to use your shoulder, your body, and get it up there. Get it there. Get it up there. Get it up there. Yeah.
Hey, Jin, if you ever attacked me, I would introduce you to Grandmother's carving knife. You wouldn't like that.
Well, Jin, are you very vocal when you exercise? Like every rep, you're like,
when I'm doing the last one, you might hear me go, yeah, okay, yeah.
That's fair.
When I'm squeezing out the last two or three, yeah.
I know, but you need more roughage in your diet. That's why.
More what?
Roughage.
Roughage, which is like.
So you're trying to squeeze them out, putting too much pressure on, man. That's going to give you hemorrhoids.
Yeah.
I guess that's where the term "pucker up, buttercup" comes from.
Oh, pucker up, buttercup, yeah.
Maybe for you.
All good Catholic boys know that one.
Yeah. It feels so good to be in good health. That's the thing you've got to remember, guys, and those in this mad world we're living in. Your health is literally your wealth. You know,
I agree with that.
You can't do bugger all. Yeah, you can't do bugger all without it.
But the weird thing is I see people who really look after themselves and still get sick a lot, and I look at people that don't, and quite often don't get sick a lot. And then I think some of it is a bit of luck of the draw. You know, some of it is the way you look after yourself, and some of it is your genetics.
Yeah, in my case, I've never seen that. Complete opposite. I've always seen those who look after their health enjoying it. I don't see them sick. I just don't see that. You know, not around. Never have I seen people who look after their health and then they're under the weather. I don't see that.
I mean, I'm not a couch potato. I'm active. I think that's the other thing as well. But you know, the same way as I think, you know, you can overdo it. You know, you see a lot of people that do exercises that do overdo it, and they can cause damage themselves. Whether that's in the form of hurting their body.
Small percentage, man. Not a lot. Yeah, I don't see a lot of people doing that. Even famous sports personalities, they're the ones that take the best rest, eating the best food, getting the best physio. They're in, you know, especially here in Japan as well. They take it seriously, man. They do the proper warm up and the proper warm downs. They do it all religiously, without a doubt. And they go to the onsen. They get their massage. I should be doing some of that. I don't get enough massages, man. Yeah,
I'm not saying it's always detrimental, but I think that there are things that you need to be concerned about if you're doing a lot of training. I mean, as I say, I don't do a huge amount. You know, I try and keep myself relatively fit, but you know, not that fit.
No,
Good
I've got
call.
a nice balance. Yeah, the balance is right. I think I've got my balance right for my age.
He's worried about too much exercise, but nothing about a fucking gene therapy. Oh, just whack it in. Yep, I'll have another one.
Yeah, well, I mean, everybody in my family's taken it. We've had no negative effects, and that's going from everybody in their late 80s all the way down to people in their late teens.
That's good, Drust. That means you guys are bringing down the average.
That was a very good point that was raised, though, wasn't it, Foolish? That you're concerned about your health, but then if you've gone and got this injection, you've just blown it then. basically.
Well, that's your belief. I don't think you can actually demonstrate that to be true.
Right,
Because,
no,
as
no,
I say,
that's
the anecdotal evidence I have from my own family, from the people I work with, nobody now I know in the company I work with, and I work for quite a large company, and nobody I know in my family has had any form of adverse reaction to this apart from a slightly sore arm.
Okay.
But
That's because your
but
family's
too much
healthy, right?
exercise, on the other hand.
Exactly. Well asked. That's the question. And foolish.
You know, 50 people do
Why
it.
would I? Hang on, foolish. Just be honest.
Oh, easy.
Why would I, in perfect good health condition, I can do the splits, touch me, put my hands flat on the floor, put my hands on my knees. You know, I've got nothing wrong for cardiovascular.
Can you touch your toes?
Hang on. Why would I need to go and get it? Why would I need to go and get it? Why shouldn't I get it naturally?
Hey, mate, I'm not saying you have to get it. I'm not saying you don't. I'm just saying I made a personal choice, and that's my choice. I'm not trying to say that you need to conform to my choice, Jim.
Okay, that's fine then. I'm glad you said that, because I think you've made a mistake in doing that. If you're healthy, then you shouldn't be needing to get that. No need at all when you're healthy.
Full opinion, bro.
And don't get me wrong, no vaccine ever made has replaced natural immunity, and it will never, because natural immunity is number one. Unfortunately, this period of the humanity now, with 90%,
I'm sure that is a comforting thing to all the millions of people around the world who died of smallpox.
Again, it was the actual vaccine that killed them. That's the truth there.
No, I'm talking before there was ever a vaccine. Smallpox was one of the biggest killers on a regular basis that we had.
It was man-made.
It's not man-made. It was way before we even had an understanding of what the fucking hell was the cause of it.
It was a man-made disease.
Were you there, foolish?
Smallpox, cowpox, it's all man-made. And then they made up the vaccine. And that.
How do you know it's man-made, Jin? Where's your evidence for that?
The sources from
can you show me where they were doing that kind of work in the 12th century?
12th century.
How about let's take it forward. How about how about in the late 15th century when the conquistadors went over to the Americas?
So smallpox is that old, is it? That far back?
Smallpox. Yeah.
Yeah, Foolish was there. Yeah, he knows he was there.
I'm old, mate. I was there. Time's right.
He's verified everything, apparently.
Well, time isn't real, so of course I was there.
Yeah, right.
No, you didn't move back then.
Don't worry. Yeah, I'll say it again. No vaccine will ever replace natural immunity.
I'm sure that's a comfort to the millions and millions of people who died of smallpox.
Why do you think that, Jim? What's your evidence?
I know that. It's not why do I think that. I know that because...
Yeah, all right. How do you know that?
Because I've done the research to learn. I have learned.
What's your research?
Because humans are here. Humans exist.
Okay.
And then the doctors with integrity have said the vaccines have never been proven to work. Doctors are saying this.
How do you evaluate which one has integrity?
And that is a very shocking statement to hear back in 2006.
Sure. How do you evaluate the integrity of the doctors? I mean,
because I thought they did work, you see. But
because I saw
when I listened to what they said, okay, and then factored my life experience with what they said, that's very true.
What life experience? What life experience we're talking about?
Hang on. Let me tell you now. The tests that would prove vaccines work haven't been done. For example, you take one healthy person, okay? You give him the vaccine. You wait 2 weeks, 3 weeks. Then you give him the virus and see what happens. That test has never been done.
No.
It's
true.
You want the trials to infect people?
It's not ethical because you cannot deliberately poison somebody with a virus. That would be unethical, is what they said.
Yeah, that's a very dumb test to do. Because if the vaccine doesn't work, you might kill them. You can't just infect people before you know.
That's what.
No.
Why we can say vaccines have never been proven to work.
But there are other ways to test it. That's not the only way to test.
There's There is another.
So that's the problem. You're just not thinking.
There is another way. There is another way, and that is to have 100 people, vaccinated children, and 100 children not vaccinated, and watch them over the years. That test has never been conducted.
Oh, that test has been done.
That has multiple times. That's the default test. That's how we test vaccines.
Well,
And it's not 100. And Jim,
COVID is actually it's actually something's out there. Now, whether or not you want to call it cold or flu or whatever, there is something definitely out there, and no one can deny that.
Yeah, and
I deny it.
You're physically able to deny that. That's not what he's saying. But wait. Vaccines don't just test 100 people. I mean, vaccine tests involve like thousands. It's way more precise than testing 100 children, as you're suggesting.
Just popped a picture of I just popped a picture of a doctor in. I just popped a picture of a doctor in the Livestream T chat, Jin. You know, this guy was definitely against standard forms of medicine and definitely went his own way, and you know, eventually became quite outspoken. Would you say that he has integrity?
Did you put him in the live stream?
Yeah. There's a big picture of him there.
Oh yeah, I haven't seen a big picture of nothing. Live stream too.
Dr. Death.
Oh, sorry, I did put it in the wrong one. That was my fault. There you go.
Well, definitely wasn't my
You can't tell someone's integrity from
Definitely wasn't my fault, was it?
Here's a picture of someone. Does this person have integrity? I don't fucking know.
He was very much against standard forms of medicine and definitely went his own way in treatment.
Okay.
I don't know. It looks photoshopped to me, foolish.
And then what happened?
Dodgy.
What happened to the guy?
You know, just because of the way that he was treating people, they locked him up in jail for the rest of his life.
Yo, I put a gif of someone.
Wow.
Does this person have integrity?
Oh yeah, 100%.
I don't know, but I like the way she's assuming the position.
Are they a Discord mod or not?
Sorry.
I can't tell from the photo if they're a Discord mod or not.
Yeah. So
That's
I was
gold.
saying about that test, the test I'm talking about is that you have 100 children, okay, when they were young, and then 100 children that are not vaccinated, and you watch them till they get to 20 and see what happens. That's never been done. That test has never been done.
Why 20 specifically?
These are the tests that the doctors with integrity say would prove that vaccines work or not. And those tests have not been done.
Do you know?
Yeah. Well, actually, there are. I think.
No,
I think we have more than. Yeah.
You're living in the dream world, mate. Otherwise, I would have seen them by now.
No, there are tests.
No, the claim, Jim. Last time I heard you say I should have seen it by now was when we were talking about a solar day or a full day with the sun in the southern hemisphere. And then I found a YouTube. I found a video with like a single, like 5 seconds of Googling.
It doesn't happen.
And you said you. Let me finish. You also said you never saw a full day of night in the northern hemisphere. And if you just Google it, it's pretty easy to find many cities that has this type of phenomenon.
You're mixing it all up. I think that's your problem. One, I said you never see the sun for 24 hours a day in the south. Okay, you've never seen that. Okay,
there's a video of that.
Right, and so don't try and twist anything.
There's video of that.
I don't care what you're saying. You're saying it wrong, mate.
Producer,
there's video.
Put it in the chat right now.
There's not.
You said there's
you
a
see
video.
daylight. You don't see 24 hours sun.
Yeah, I did post in the chat, and he said it was CG. But I'm not saying that video is real. But he said he never saw it, and he should have seen it. And when I posted, he said it's CG. No, that wasn't what you're saying.
You are being silly now.
You also said you never heard of
you're being foolish.
cities
I'm
having.
serious with what I say. I'm being factual and exact and concise.
You also said you never heard.
That's up to you. You want to be.
You also said you never heard of.
That's down to you.
You also said you never heard to a full day with nighttime.
Like I said,
in another hemisphere. You never just Googled it. If you had just Googled it, you would have find it.
This flat earth, my friend. And like I said, the test that I'm telling you about has not been conducted.
It exists in Norway. It exists in Switzerland. It exists in.
No, it doesn't. If you can both be quiet, I'll explain what they do. They compare a new vaccine's safety. Let's just say they use 100 children. They compare the new vaccine, the safety, against a known to be safe vaccine, like an older one that they know to be safe. So it's not unvaccinated versus vaccinated at all. It's new vaccine versus kids with known to be safe vaccine, which, as we know, none of them are fucking known to be safe. So it's not a fucking good test at all.
Exactly. It's not being done. I keep telling the man. He doesn't seem to listen. It has not been done. Exactly that.
Yeah, actually, I wasn't
They
listening.
define
About something else.
unvaccinated if they haven't had the new one. It's all bullshit. Just like they're doing now. Unvaccinated means vaccinated, but just under 21 days. Or under fucking boosted or fucking.
No, actually, if you look at the NHS, they have the category of unvaccinated, vaccinated with 21 days, and they do that for the first, second, and booster. And all those stats are in the NHS statistics. You can go and download them.
And all of those tests.
Go on
all
the
of those
guys.
tests.
I'd like to see that.
Are you guys under the impression that no vaccines work at all, or is it just the big C one?
No vaccines are working. That's what I'm saying.
yeah.
None of them work.
Yeah, I don't think any work either.
Tell me why we don't have polio. Tell me why we don't have polio anymore.
Doesn't work. The chickenpox ones don't work. The measles, mumps, rubella ones, they don't work. Do they not work?
No, unless it's like
none of them. They're all the money maker, mate.
Let me say, if it's like a live attenuated type, where it's like basically they took, whatever the virus was, they took someone's like, the crap from someone's, throat or what have you, or their sputum, and they kind of just like basically gave the virus to someone else, and they're calling it a vaccine. Sure.
Nah.
I mean, I don't see evidence of it, but I can infer that it's real.
Yeah, I can tell you this one thing for sure: the vaccines have never been proven to work. The current polio that's out there today is 70% of it is from vaccines.
Well, you're kind of insinuating that anyone in the history of vaccines that have worked on vaccines have got a secret agenda.
No, not at all. The thing is, they're working from sequences of code that they get. Here you go, go and work on this. That's what they're working from. There's no they don't have a secret agenda at all. They're all working as hard as they can, as diligently as they can to achieve what they believe they're achieving.
Yeah.
Okay.
The manufacturers of the vaccines are trying to reduce the suffering, all right, that children get when they get the mumps or the measles. But the fact is, the real doctors tell you that the vaccines are not proving to work. And if the child can suffer the 1 week, 2 weeks of being poorly, then they've got lifetime immunity, which is what you want. Lifetime immunity. Now that's
no vaccine gives lifetime immunity.
Yeah, no vaccine's going to give you that. That's the point I'm trying to say.
Yeah, but that's not, no vaccine claims to give you lifetime immunity.
Oh, well, that's what they're trying
to do. He didn't say that.
Excuse me, but that's
sorry, in that case I withdraw it.
That's what they're trying to do with the vaccine intervention all the time.
Yeah, you don't seem to be.
Look, hang on a second. Let me finish here. There are videos on the YouTube that are comparing lifetime immunity with vaccine immunity, and they're trying to say that vaccine immunity is better than lifetime. That's what they're trying to say now. Keep watching. Yes.
My parents took me to a chickenpox party and made me get chickenpox deliberately so I would never get it again.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, but why didn't everybody get the chickenpox?
Well, they didn't.
Not everyone gets chickenpox.
No, I got it though.
But why? But I don't know. But if there's a virus. Yeah, no, but why didn't everybody? That's what I'm saying. If it's infectious and you got it, then surely everyone got it, that not
Well,
everyone
I
suffered.
don't know that everyone didn't get it. I don't know that, do I? I don't know that.
Well, maybe the other
I'm just
kids
saying.
already had a immunity to it. Possibly, I don't know.
Yeah.
That's possible
Well, that
that they
suggests
had.
that, of course,
That
but
statement
that
doesn't
suggests
make
that they'd
sense
maybe
anyway.
come
How do you
across
know
it, but
that
then
everybody
not
got it?
actually
Well,
expressed it.
the
Exactly. Yeah, that's right. Yep.
natural immunity of COVID is less than the one you get with the vaccine.
No, you don't get it with the vaccine.
What was that
You will
again?
never get it with the vaccine. No
The
vaccine gives you lifetime
reinfection,
immunity. No
the
vaccine
rates,
will give
the
you
rates.
lifetime immunity.
Yeah,
Sorry.
reclaiming that is adding nothing to the discussion. Either you give arguments and evidence, or you stop just repeating yourself.
I'm telling you now, no vaccine
Again, you're going to do it again. All right, go
lifetime
on.
immunity. Everybody knows that here on
Do you
this
want to
show.
repeat one more time?
So if you know
Maybe that will change
different,
something.
bring your proof. That's all you got to do. Go and bring it. Don't just
The,
talk
the,
words.
the reinfection rate is bigger among people who have natural immunity than the ones that got vaccinated.
That is absolute shit what you're talking. That's shit.
That's the results of the trial.
Okay,
That's
absolute shit. And I haven't been sick in over 43
Was it really?
years. So I don't know what you're talking
So
about.
trustworthy.
You're talking absolute rubbish.
that's the result of the test.
Absolute bollocks, man.
Jin represents every human being on Earth from his own personal experience.
Yeah,
Well,
it's interesting.
I was pretty happy getting the Hep B vaccinations and Hep C vaccinations, I must say.
Well, with your lifestyle, I don't blame you, Tom.
Touche.
I have got. I've got to say, I've never had hepatitis since the vax, so that might have worked.
Well, let's change that.
Yeah. So to the young man that's talking, I would ask to the young man that's speaking. Let me ask him this question, okay? Now, the hepatitis B vaccine was originally created for the drug users, the homosexuals, and prostitutes, okay? Because of the lifestyle that they lived, got infectious, okay? But they didn't want it, okay? Listen, they didn't want this vaccine, so they never took it. So the manufacturers went to the FDA and CDC and said, we've got this vaccine, we can't sell it, what do we do with it? They decided to give it to the babies. Now, question.
Oh, no.
Do you think a baby deserves to get a hepatitis B vaccine, newly born within an hour of its life?
That is shocking. That's true. That's shocking.
It's silly, isn't it? Yeah, that's what happens. And they get a hepatitis B vaccine. Not anymore, anyway, because most parents are opting out now.
Yep.
Okay,
I'd like to have a word with that guy that said, let's give it to the babies. I'd like to have a quiet word with that guy.
Yeah, that's what
I wouldn't say most people are opting out from it, Jin. Most people opt in for it.
No, most people are opting out for it. That's why we're in this current situation where they want to get everyone vaccinated, because people were waking up to the fact that vaccines are doing more harm than good. Vaccines are unavoidably unsafe. Vaccines have never been proven to work. In the last 15 years, year on year, anti-vaccine sentiment has increased, you see? Okay?
Didn't you get your TB jab at school?
If you're saying most people are opting out, they're giving figures of 90% of Australians here are vaccinated, right? So it doesn't really show that many people are opting out. And I told you before, Jin, I was in the doctor's surgery about 3 weeks ago, and 50% of those people were walking into the room specifically for the vaccine. So many people are lining up for these vaccines and not even thinking twice about it. I don't see too many people.
To save their job.
More people have got vaccinated, and more people have said, "No, I don't want to be vaccinated." Both true.
You might have missed.
It's
what
to
I said.
save their job. That's why they're lining up. Unfortunately,
I was speaking prior to the situation we're in now. I said to you, for the last 15 years, there's been anti-vaccine sentiment. Yeah, it's been building up slowly that the parents have been opting out of getting the hepatitis B for the last 15 years. The data is in there.
Dude,
who wanted to see the? Who wanted to see the?
Get me vaccinated.
Who wanted to see the data for the definition between vaccinated, unvaccinated, and the 21-day thing?
It's all bullshit. That's
post whatever you've got. I'll have a look at it.
Yeah. I've just posted in for the Office of National Statistics in the UK where they're giving. I was looking for the definitions because the tables didn't give the definitions. So this is defining what.
So did you find the definitions or not?
Yeah, I did.
Did
I just posted it. I did live chat
Okay,
too.
sweet.
Yeah.
Sweet. Oh, can you read out the definitions? Because I'm busy for another 20 minutes.
Oh, sure. So basically, an unvaccinated individual is someone who has received no vaccination. The risk of the infection follows the vaccination. So during the first 21 days of vaccination is shown as analysis, blah, 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 blah. Link here. So therefore, analysis is based on deaths within 21 days after first dose, 21 days more after first dose than unvaccinated.
Yeah, that doesn't prove anything.
He asked for something, Jin. I'm providing it. Please stop trying to.
Yeah,
Please
no worries,
stop
but-
trying to rubbish everything that disagrees with your personal bias and your personal anecdotes of I haven't been sick for ages. Nobody cares that you haven't been sick for ages. Other people have been sick. And just because you haven't doesn't make you representative of everybody else's experience. Stop being
Here's the question, though, Drust. Here's the question. Is the risk of a new infection higher in the 21 days after vaccination than before vaccination or not?
I don't know. I haven't looked at that particular table. I can probably find out if I want to.
I'm thinking it's higher after vaccination within those 21st days than before vaccination.
I think if you put people, again, you've got a lot of variables you're dealing with. You know how people are socialising or not socialising, etc., etc., etc. I mean, if you're like Jin and going and kissing everybody in the street without a mask on, then you've probably got a higher chance of getting infected than not.
I doubt it very much, but there you go.
I don't know about that. I kissed him and nothing happened. Except I felt.
But did you? But the question is, did you use tongue?
No, my soul.
And have you your hepatitis B and C vaccinations?
So
I felt the butterflies.
No such
fluttering.
fucking thing.
So Jin, have you got anything to back up your statement that you made that over the last 15 years there's been a massive anti-vaccination movement?
Oh yeah, what it is that, for starters, there's a documentary called Vaxxed 1, Vaxxed 2. If you can get it on YouTube, you're lucky, but you might have to find BitChute or something like that to get it. Yeah, and there's just so many documentaries and doctors who have spoken out and said that. That's what
Robert De Niro came out
Robert
again.
Kennedy Jr., Del Bigtree, to mention just two there, Sherry Tenpenny, Mike Adams.
No, we're asking about a survey where people's feelings have been taken into account about vaccinations, and you're then reporting the results of the survey. Anecdotes from individuals don't cut the mustard. Where's the study?
Unfortunately, that it does. That's the problem. That when you have a whole heap of anecdotal stories, and people are saying the same thing, that children were vaccinated and then they ended up with autism, for example. That becomes
just
data.
look at the evidence. CNN says there's a lot of people that don't want to take the vaccines, so that would mean that more people are aware that vaccines cause injury.
Yeah, I think Jenny McCarthy's got a lot to her fucking answer for. She was the poster child for it back in the early 2000s, wasn't she?
No,
Stupid idiot.
but CNN's like terrified about all the vaccine hesitancy, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
because
because
they're
there's so
terrified.
many people waking up to this bullshit.
Yeah.
Well, I think there are an awful lot of very unqualified people who have opinions. I think, we see some representation here today.
Well,
Don't qualified
fair enough.
people
That
ever
doesn't
fuck
mean
up foolish.
Hold on one sec. That doesn't mean that the people aren't waking up to it. That's the evidence. The evidence is that everybody who wants people to get the vaccines are like, there's so many people that don't want to take the vaccine. So there's your evidence.
Sure. And people used to think that crop circles in the UK were done by aliens coming down in their
No, I'm just
spacecraft
saying
rather
that's
than drunk
evidence.
students from
debunk
the
that,
University of Agriculture in Cirencester.
Good luck debunking that, Dross.
Yeah. There you go.
Right, but that's your evidence that there's more people waking up. Is that CNN?
You've not got any
lying about
footage of
it?
people making crop circles, I'm afraid.
Yeah, it's a good point about the CNN thing. It's a good point, that CNN angle. It's a great point, because if more people are complaining that people are not getting vaccinated, that goes to show you that people are woken up.
I agree.
What's weird, Dawn, is very rarely will people actually video themselves doing criminal damage, which is actually what they're doing when they
That's
create
what
these
I
crop
mean.
circles.
So it's
I've got another question for you.
Oh my god.
I've got another little question for you. So if you're vaccinated and I'm not, are you really concerned that you might catch something from me? I've got no symptoms. I'm what they call asymptomatic. I'm not even that. I've got nothing. I haven't even got.
Well,
the virus.
asymptomatic means you have it. You're just not exhibiting it.
Sorry.
No, I think the one I have very little concern of catching it from you, Jin, because you're about 8,000 miles away from me. So yeah, you're right. My concern with you is pretty fucking low.
In your vicinity, if I came to your vicinity,
I probably would, keep good 2 meters from you, and yeah, I don't know you.
Really, you really would.
Yeah,
you really
well,
would.
Of course I would.
Yeah. You're so funny, Foolish. Hey, if Foolish, if they told you that you could, if there was a new discovery and you could catch it online just by joining Discord servers, would you just believe it if it was on CNN, or would you question that?
Good question.
Of course I would question that, because it's a stupid thing to claim. The fact that viral transmission through the internet, I mean, that's
putting a mask on. That's a stupid fucking thing to some people, but not to you. You think you should put a mask on.
Which is why I said it's down to people's personal choice and personal conscience. I'm not saying you should do what I do. I said that to Jin earlier.
Yeah.
Really?
I've given you the reasons why I do it. That's all I've done.
Yeah. Foolish, right? I have no reason to worry about my conscience, because I know full well that I'm not endangering anyone's life. Even if I had this virus right now and I was sneezing in your room, it doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to transmit it or contract it. You're not going to.
No, I agree. It doesn't mean 100% that I would guess it, even if I'm exposed to it. But that's the same for any disease. But what we look at is, things like, for instance, the measles. Measles are incredibly infectious. So if you haven't had the measles, then actually catching the measles is pretty fucking easy. It's one of the more virulent diseases we know of. There are some diseases where the transmission rate is much lower.
Yeah, but it doesn't require.
Why don't we just all get that, you reckon?
Intervention, I feel. Naturally.
Well, I've had the measles. Have you?
No.
Of course.
Yeah, I've had
I've
chicken
had what
pox.
they call the measles. Yeah,
well, we give it a label. So what? So you're now going to argue with the label that we give something?
No. It's like when they say you've had the chicken pox, they mean by definition a virus. But
no, I've had chicken pox, which has resulted in sores forming on my body, which have left little round craters in several places.
Yeah.
I've still got the after
listen
effects.
or what?
Sorry, mate.
I have had like the symptoms that they refer to as chickenpox. I've had the same thing, but I don't refer to it as a viral infection. It looks the same. It presents the same. You can call it the same thing. I just believe it comes from a different source. Whereas, obviously the main narrative when they say you've got chickenpox is that it comes from a viral infection.
Are you sort of going down the
No, I personally didn't. I was just itchy. I was itchy, and that was it.
Okay, good. See, it wasn't necessary to be getting a vaccine that didn't work anyway, because you can't prove that works. You see, so natural.
No, there's no need for a vaccine.
Immunity will always be number one. In the Navy in the US, I think in the 80s or 90s, they got injected for they got the MMR vaccine, and every single one of them got measles. Every single one of them.
I'd like to see data on that.
I sent it to you. It's called Ebola Gate. You might remember, because I know you asked me, and I sent it to you. It's called Ebola Gate, and it was in that.
Oh, that sounds too conspiratorial for him to watch.
Right. I mean, was that a video? Or was that an actual study?
No, it was actual data, not video.
No, cool. I'll go and look it up again. I'm not going to sit here and say that you didn't do that. I honestly can't remember, so it must have been quite a while ago.
Yeah, it was a while ago. Ebola Gate, and it had a lot of data and one or two videos attached to it as well, but it was mainly data. If you want, I can post it again. I've got it bookmarked anyway. Ebola Gate. I think it's really good. I stumbled across that whilst I was looking at Ebola and why is it occurring again and what's going on, and then I made a discovery that it confirmed my hunches, because I think about 10 years ago I come to the conclusion that it was a man-made disease, because how could it happen in 1976 in the middle of the Congo, right in the middle of Africa? Why didn't it happen anywhere else? And it was the fruit bats that were spreading it, but fruit bats eat fruits. So what's going on? What changed in their life? And then this Ebola
People
Gate
eating fruit
confirmed
bats.
my suspicion. Yeah. Yeah. Do you remember we were talking about the fruit bats? Do you remember now?
I'll be honest, I don't.
Okay, never mind.
I don't tend to.
Don't blame the animals.
Yeah, that's right. Don't blame the animals. It's right. I agree, man.
What are you doing, White? Are you stripping wire or using a stapler?
I am trimming foliage, my friend.
Oh, trimming foliage. Oh, there you go.
Yes, you could class it as getting the tomatoes ready for sale.
Yeah, exactly right.
Well, actually, if you use the permaculture method, you can grow your tomatoes and your herbage in the same grow bag.
Yeah, no, I'm a carnivore, mate. I don't touch the vegetables. They're nice. They're pretty to grow, though, I must admit. It's nice, rewarding to get a fruitful crop for other people. Someone said the other day, it sounds like I'm cutting the nails of a fucking Alaskan Malamute. I'm like, that's very specific.
I was trying to. It's been racking my brain for about half an hour. I think, what the hell? Is it a stapler? Is he trimming wire? What the hell's going on there?
I'm in South Australia, mate.
Yeah.
Tomato capital.
Yeah.
Did you end up with any rain at all today?
Oh, mate, we got like 2 drops, and it evaporated before it even hit the ground.
That's amazing. It's fucking rained all day here.
Yeah,
got about
now,
6
like I
mil.
said, mate,
It's fucking crazy.
Being right on the tip there, you'll watch the clouds engulfing Kangaroo Island, the biggest, dirtiest black clouds, and you're just praying for them to come because you want to fill up the water tanks. You know what I mean? And then all of a sudden, at the very last minute, bang, they scoot around the edge. And you'll listen to the news of Victor Harbour's in bloody deluge, everywhere's in bloody deluge, except us. It's like, not again. Why me? Why?
Oh, you've got that view, mate. So fucking don't complain.
No,
you can buy in fucking water, goddammit.
No, don't buy water, mate. I just let Mother Nature do its thing. We have 3 massive tanks, so the rain you get in the winter time is more than enough to fill up the tanks, and that gets you through the summer, no dramas whatsoever.
Yeah, shit, yeah.
The only thing I can find, Jin, is a study that was done about an influenza outbreak, and then a comparison to MMR. If you could provide what you got, that would be awesome. Because I can't find anything where it was measles specifically.
Yeah, I'm looking for it right now for you as we speak.
So that's the article I found on it. So yeah.
That's right. No, I'm looking for.
But that was an influenza outbreak. It's nothing to do with measles.
Yeah, no, this is going to be Ebola Gate, and then what you do is you'll.
I tried searching Ebola Gate MMR Navy, and that came up with nothing.
Yeah, well, it will come up in this one hopefully when I find it. What you do is you'll get it, you'll click on it, you'll scroll down, and it will come up. You will see that you'll see the military all lined up in their uniforms. That's the article, okay? They'll be in their uniform.
But it's measles that they got, yeah?
I think it was measles. Yeah, they got the vaccine for it's the MMR.
Yeah, so they either got measles, mumps, or rubella, is what you're saying.
It would have been the measles. I think it was. Yeah,
cool.
If I remember rightly.
So the influenza one I've definitely found, and I've posted that. So yeah, if you could post what you've got, that would be awesome.
Yeah, I'm still looking for it now. I'm looking for it.
That was back in 1996.
Yeah, that would be right. Yeah. This one as well goes back that far, I do believe.
So, Jin, are you saying that the conspiracy was that they had the MMR vaccine and they reacted and they called the reaction Ebola outbreak?
No. It was dealing with Ebola, and then this other article was a plus. It was a a bonus article.
Yeah. He's basically saying they took the MMR and they got measles.
Yeah, which
from the vaccine.
Not the vaccines are a problem.
That's the claim on the table.
Yeah.
And they call that Ebola Gate.
Well, it was Ebola Gate. They were talking about Ebola in particular, and then this was an extra article attached to that.
Okay.
Yeah. So it was the scandal about Ebola and how Ebola came up. Was they had a lab. The article said that the Americans had a laboratory in the Congo. You see, now it makes you wonder, why would the Americans have a laboratory there, and what were they doing? Why? What were they doing? Because that's where it originated. You see, that's why they titled it Ebola Gate.
Oh shit! Yeah. You should look at the symptoms of formaldehyde poisoning. The pictures look shockingly like an Ebola victim.
Right. Thank you for that. Yeah. I mean, it's shocking, isn't it? Because it's like they're dissolving. Yeah.
Yeah. They just the blood gets so thin and they just bleed out.
Bleed out of all their orifices, and you think, wow. Ugh.
That's a hemorrhagic fever, isn't it?
Yeah.
A frightening experience that would be for me.
Yeah, they claim it's caused by a virus.
But it's a bit like porphyria, isn't it? Which is the non-clotting of blood. That's another one.
Yeah. That's right. And yet they say it's coming from the fruit bats, and I was thinking, well, why? How can it come from the fruit bats? Because the fruit bats only eat fruits. So what's changed in their environment for that to happen? It doesn't make any logical sense. If they're following their natural, then why is it that they're having this problem? Why are they spreading this around? It doesn't make any sense. Fruit bats, the healthiest food you can eat is fruits, and that's all they do. They don't eat meat. They don't mess around.
Someone tried to force fucking themselves onto a bat. That was the problem. It was like, come here, bat, fucking suck this, and then that's how it happened.
Yeah, that's what Fauci said when AIDS hit Africa and supposedly spread around the world. Somebody was, fucking gorillas and monkeys and that. But that's bullshit. You know what I mean? I mean, that's just stupid. Ridiculous story. Another man-made disease. And it was the virus and the medicines that was making the people HIV. Terrible. Anyway, I found it now. I'm now going to have to post it. Hang on a second.
Looks tasty, doesn't it?
It looks what?
It looks tasty, doesn't it?
What looks tasty?
Bats as food.
Can I send this and will it work? Okay, no.
Bat hunting is most prevalent in West and Central Africa. Congo's in Central Africa.
Yeah, Congo is right in the center of Africa, bang in the middle. And I said to myself,
where people eat bats.
Well, I said to myself, that's if you're going to kill the race of Africans, that's the best place to hit it. Hit it smack in the middle, and you'll have the most impact. And that's what happened. That's when I knew.
Oh, actually, no. If I was going to release a disease in Africa, having been there a few times, I would concentrate on Nigeria, Kenya, South Africa, Tanzania, because that's where you tend to have the most trade going on between places and the most travel. So you do and I might then do places like Ghana, Ivory Coast as well, because they're sort of, quite a lot of people move around there. Yeah. There's not a lot of movement out of the Congo into the Congo compared to those other countries, because if you want to spread it, you want to make sure you've got as much contact going on. So I would go to the people that travel around a lot, and those are the countries in Africa where people travel around a lot.
So that's what you'd do. If I was going to drop a bomb, I'd make sure it dropped on your house first.
Well, it's the same way as if I was ever going to do, if I ever wanted to do a really successful terrorist attack to cause mass disruption without killing thousands of people, I always thought, I'll just use the M25, have people on all the major motorways coming into London that connect to the M25, and I'll drop caltrops onto the motorways, puncturing everybody's tyres. So you've got then hundreds, maybe thousands of cars that are then stranded. That will cause mass accidents. That will block most of the major arteries into London, and that would take several days to clear, causing a massive amount of loss of business and money.
I've posted the article for you, Ebola Gate. There it is. Have a look at it. Okay, it's a really good one. Massive document. Lots to get into it. And there you go. And then there's a couple of videos in there, I think, thrown in. The article you're looking for is the MMR. If you scroll down, just follow it through, you'll come up to it. Okay, and you'll see that the American Navy, I think it is Navy, I'm not sure. Navy, military, but they all got the vaccine, and they all called you got to read into it. They all came down with it after being vaccinated.
Disney was connected to CIA as the media turned measles into a huge public emergency. Outbreak was nothing, it hurt no one, and no one has died from measles in 12 years, blah, blah, blah. Let's keep going. Claim that increases autism. There's CIA-controlled media is operating absurdly unwarranted fear of measles. Blah, blah.
So, basically, it was the vaccine that they all got sick from the vaccine.
So I've just gone through all 15 mentions of MMR, and I can't find anything about the Navy.
It's in there. It's in there. Just take your time, man. Come on, man.
Sure, I'll use Navy as my next search term.
Yeah. Why don't you just look?
Herd immunity. Here we go. CDC admits flu. Okay. So CDC admits flu vaccine does not work as influenza outbreak on fully vaccinated Navy ships. So it wasn't the MMR vaccine. I will post the concise article.
Now, was it from the Ebola Gate?
Yeah, that's from Ebola Gate, mate. So yeah. You're absolutely wrong, Jim. You totally got your facts totally wrong.
I thought it was the MMR.
That's all right. Doesn't matter.
It was a while since I read it.
Yeah, no. I'm not gonna sit here and go, got you. I'm just saying that wasn't what it was about.
Well, check it.
It was a different thing.
You sure it wasn't?
Yeah, I've actually posted the actual article from Ebola Gate. So this is the link from Ebola Gate to the actual article on it.
And did it have the military men all lined up in their uniforms? Yeah.
Yep. You can see the little picture where they got the military men all lined up in their uniforms, pretty little naval boys, waiting to get their influenza, to get their flu jab.
Yeah. I thought it was the measles.
Nope.
Let me check that.
That's why I wanted to be clear about the claim. And then this is the CDC report on it. I'll put that down. That's probably worth you having a look at. So this is the actual what CDC are making the claims on. And there was only 25 crew members that actually got it. So it wasn't everybody who took it got it. So that was wrong.
No, something's wrong.
So I think you're kind of...
No, I think we're at cross purposes. I'm going to relook at this thing. Because what I read was the whole ship came down. The whole ship came down with it. That's what it's stated. So something's not right there. Something's not right. What you're saying does not. It's not the right thing. Wasn't nothing to do with the flu. This is what I mean. You know.
Well, it's only saying 25 out of 102 got it. So not all of them.
How many? How many?
25 out of 102.
Out of 102. Oh, right.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I'm going to have a look.
And they sought medical care because of influenza-like illnesses. So it's not even confirmed it was influenza. Just influenza-like.
If you look at the CDC link that I put on there as well, it discusses the identified strain. And there is something in this where the vaccine doesn't seem to be very effective. So I'll definitely give the vaccine wasn't very effective. But they said it was a 99% match to the 2013-2014 H3N2 influenza virus.
Yeah.
So there's definitely something there that the vaccine wasn't very effective. We've got that. This is the actual part of the Ebola Gate. So this is the link that I went on just to make sure we're clear and I'm not fucking up. So this was the particular section of your link that I went to. So if that's wrong, let me know.
No crew member had onset symptoms of 6 days after the first crew member became ill.
Yeah, that's the link. Yeah, that is the link.
Cool. No worries. We got to the truth. That's the main thing.
Well, that's what we are.
Oh.
We're truth seekers.
Yep.
I see where you got the confusion. So just underneath it, from the 2013 measles outbreaks, a failing vaccine, not a failure to vaccinate, is an article that sits just below that. So I think that's where you're confused
Yeah,
too.
that's the one. Yeah.
Yeah, but that's nothing to do with the Navy.
Yeah.
So the Navy one was about influenza, and then below it is an article on measles. So again, I'll just post a little screen cap of that, and then we're all nice and clear.
Yeah.
Boom.
But they all came down with it. They were on a ship, yeah. It was the Navy. They came down with it. They got vaccinated, and they, from what I remember,
25 out of 102 people got symptoms.
I think
that's what that article says.
Did it not go on to say that they all got it? No.
No, not from what I read. And it basically says, Jim, they only had flu-like symptoms, so not even confirming that they even had the flu.
Not even steelmanned you by going through to the CDC report on that and linking that in where they said there might be an issue here. So I'm trying to be as unbiased and as fair as I possibly can be.
Yeah.
No.
I'm a cunt, but I'm a fair cunt.
At times.
Well, yeah, I'm a trolling cunt sometimes, let's be honest. Right, oh fuck, it's 1:30. Where the hell is the day gone? I need to go and do some shit. Guys, I will speak to you later.
Nice talking to you. All the best,
All right,
2022, yeah?
All
the best.
buddy.
No worries. And Jin, if you ever come to the UK, I'll give you the beating you deserve, so don't worry about that.
Ooh.
All right, yeah. I'll put my karate gi on. Then you know what it means when you see me.
Yeah, I think I might even have better belts than you in karate, but we won't go there. I only got to purple, but I don't know.
I got to
Geebutnotgay.com.
It could be gay for the geek. Bacon, you got a lot of mic noise.
Yeah. Hot mic, Bacon.
Sorry.
Thank you.
He's in his luge now. going
Yeah,
down.
that's what it sounded like, didn't it, eh? Just training for the Winter Olympics.
Exactly.
So,
Cool.
Bogan.
Catch you later, guys.
All right, bud.
Yeah.
See you, mate.
Go ahead.
Might be very wrong, foolish, but you're not a bad fella.
But he's on the wrong side. Wearing of the mask because he's worried about other people. Really.
Druss is fair with his arguments, so he'll look at stuff and go through it. So
Yeah, we'll give him that. Just.
yeah, just.
No, and that is fair, and that's all you can ask of people. But you know, like with that influenza thing that he found, he was like, and it was a 99% match of something else that they've discovered, and it's like, okay, so that bit needs verifying. Yes, the rest of the story checks out, but now that bit needs verifying. What was isolated? Where did they isolate it from? How did they match it? All the other shit that comes with it.
Wow. Time for a Scooby-Doo, and then I'm off to bed.
Yeah, I'm thinking the same.
So did we solve triangles today, White? Are we any closer to solving triangles?
Well, I mean, I thought it was solved from the get-go, but Jeremy's got some beef.
Yeah, I see
It's
what
all
you're
in the
saying.
proving.
Yeah, I see what you're saying too about tilting theodolite back and looking up how they can get the excess there. But you got to be tilting it back and up, don't you?
Well, put it this way. They would obviously claim that even tilting it back a nanometer makes a difference. But you and I both know you can't fucking measure that. So
No,
they'll
exactly.
claim that it's tipped back like a nanometer. You know what I mean?
Yes,
Because it's in the calculation, and it has to be because we know we're on a ball.
Yeah.
Always comes back to them presupposing the ball first.
And the fact that they can only measure spherical excess with 3 triangles, and then they have to calculate the spherical excess, says everything. Because they can't measure it; they can only ever calculate it.
You can use one triangle. You don't need 3 triangles.
No, they can't. They don't. They never have.
Why not?
It's always 3 because that's just the way they do it. I don't know
But
why.
they use 3 points to form a circle triangle.
Why can't they do it? Because you can't do it with 3 points.
No,
They use 3
there's
triangles.
3 same points, but different areas along the vertical axis of those points. So yeah, it is 3 different triangles.
3 different, and then they calculate it. So
what do you mean? What do you mean 3 different
Because
triangles?
from each point you're having this this horizontal plane to the 2 other points, the vertical axis
That's not a
of the 2
circle
other
triangle.
points, and
That's
it's creating
just the
another
angle.
triangle.
No, it's creating an angle.
Yeah, and that's all you're measuring.
Yeah,
It's
it
a
creates an
fucking
angle
Get over it.
between 2 different
You'll
points,
be
which
right.
is a triangle.
it's not
No,
our
two
fault.
lines, 2 lines that cross each other and make an angle. It's not a triangle.
You have 2
No, we know
lines,
this.
one to each
Yeah.
point, right? And then
Yeah.
you connect those 2 points, you have a triangle.
No, we are using 3 points to make 2 lines and measure 1 angle, and we do it 3 times.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you can make a triangle each time you do that because you just connect the 2
right.
points.
No, because those lines don't reach the target, so there's
Yes,
no
they
point
do.
in. No, because you aim
Yes,
at
they
their
do.
vertical. You
They
don't
reach the
aim at
vertical
target.
axis of the target.
Yeah, the
point.
vertical axis of the target, which isn't the target. So you can make a 3rd line if you want to, just to say, well, there's a triangle there. But you can do it everywhere. It doesn't mean that's the triangle you're measuring. We don't need
They-
three triangles. The triangle that
it's-
spherical axis refers to is one spherical triangle. It's the one we're
It
measuring.
is fact that they use three
can only
different
calculate it.
triangles, right? And then from those three different triangles, then they calculate it. They're not measuring it ever,
No,
right?
from the three
Yes.
angles.
Saying
Three
no
angles.
doesn't make it no.
What I'll say, let me clarify. He's correct, because what they do is they measure the angles between the actual triangle on the ground and not the ones that we know that hit the vertical axis. He's correct. But they can't do that physically, because at the distances required, you cannot see point A and B and C from each other. So it's only ever a fucking calculation. Simple.
That's right.
Exactly. How would you respond
calculating.
to someone saying that you need to measure the angles in a spherical triangle, and you guys aren't measuring a spherical triangle, you're measuring the straight
are
lines.
measuring the
You're supposed to be
angles.
measuring curved line angles.
If you take the azimuthal angles, that is the angle, the surface angle, which is going to be the angle of the spherical triangle if the surface is spherical. And if it's a surface,
Yeah, so you're measuring the three different triangles then.
If
a triangle plane from each point.
And
only if the surface is flat, that would become a triangle, Euclidean triangle. But if it isn't, then it's not going to become a spherical triangle because there will be an axis between the azimuthal angles.
You've got to shoot your line to a presupposed point in the air above that point on the Earth. That's what you're doing.
Presupposed point.
Yes,
What the hell?
Because you can't see.
I'm aiming at the vertical.
From point A to point B, you can't see point B. Point B to point C, you can't see point C. You can't see it because apparently there's too much Earth curve there to see.
Oh, I just have to go high enough, or the target have to be high enough. That's all we need.
You got to shoot a point in the air above the target.
No, I can just move the target up. That works as well. That's not going to change the azimuthal angle.
No.
That's not going to change the azimuthal angle, which is the surface angle.
No.
We realise that, but when you're talking azimuthal angle, you've got three separate planes. Each point creates its own horizontal plane. And you're measuring the angle from A to B on a horizontal plane from point C. That plane is different on a sphere to the plane from point B that you create with your theodolite. They're the three separate triangles they're talking about. Each point creates a separate plane on a sphere. On a fucking plane, obviously it's the same fucking triangle. But on a sphere, they're three separate planes. But on a sphere, you've got to do this over several fucking kilometers, and you can't physically see each point. So you're guessing or you're calculating. Simple.
Let me explain something real quick. When you're doing spherical axis, a spherical axis measurement, you're supposed to be measuring a spherical triangle. That means
Bandsaw, you started
that
this
means
again.
your lines.
Sorry, Jeremy.
When you're doing a spherical axis measurement, you're supposed to be measuring a spherical triangle. That means the lines the angles that you're measuring, the lines of the angle that are in the angle, those lines have to be curved because the spherical triangle is curved. If those lines aren't curved and you're measuring straight lines, you're not doing a spherical axis measurement. You're doing something else because you're measuring straight lines, not curved lines. Period.
Okay, but you're misunderstanding. Angles are angles, and you're not measuring lines. You're measuring angles, not lines.
An angle between two lines.
Yeah, but those lines could curve down or be straight.
If they're doing a spherical axis measurement, they need to be curving. They're not measuring curving lines. They're measuring straight lines.
But anyway, I'm done.
Man, I'm as stoned as fuck at the moment.
Good on you.
Oh, God.
Welcome to the jungle.
Bacon ran. He couldn't handle it.
You don't want it because they won't admit that they're not doing a spherical axis measurement because they're measuring the angle between two straight lines and not two curved lines like they should be.
Yeah, it's a spherical excess, supposed spherical excess calculation.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it. Presupposed spherical excess calculation. I like it. Yeah.
They can't get over that. You've got to have 3 triangles to do it point blank.
Do you hear what he said, though? You don't have to connect the 2 points with another line, so technically you don't need 3 triangles.
No, you do it with a square. Have a spherical square.
It's crazy.
Let's have a square, a triangle, fucking sphere. Do it that way. God almighty.
He's always coming in with the wrong answers and the wrong. He's just wrong, that guy.
Oh, man. Must have went to the wrong school when I learned about triangles. I'm sure of it.
It just depends how much you paid attention, I reckon, man.
I was too busy chasing girls to worry about spherical excess.
You just instinctively knew that if the girl you were chasing had spherical excess, that you'd look for another one.
Exactly right.
Depends if the spherical excess was on the top or the bottom.
Yeah, I don't know. Top heavy's bad as well, man. They end up with back problems, and then they're limited in their fucking flexibility.
I mean, speaking from experience with one, it's not really a problem. It's a problem for her, not for you.
Yeah, interesting. Happy wife, happy life.
Unless you're trying
I've
to
learned.
marry her,
You're yet
it's
to
not a
learn by
problem
the
at all.
sound of it.
When you get a good one, you got to hold on to them when you get a good one. That's for sure.
Fuck yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I've been married 18 years, so I bagged a good one and locked her in for good.
Good on you, man.
Well, maybe she give me the key. I'll let her out every once in a while.
I'll let her out. She plays with some girls. That's all good.
Mine went out tonight with her girlfriends. It was magic. The house to myself, running amok.
Oh, rolled a doobie.
Bloody oath I did, man. Bloody oath I did. Played
Is that
with the
beer
cat.
still looking level tonight, or does it look a bit fucking bit curved?
Oh, I don't know. It's a bit curvy at the moment, I can tell you that right now.
The meniscus is throwing you. I could be curvature.
I had the cat come up to me before, so I blow the smoke in the cat's face. And it just shakes its head at me. And so it's off playing with its toy. Can't find its toy. It's going spastic at the moment.
Classic.
God, my wife will kill me. She always goes off at me for doing that to the cat. And the cat always comes back for more. Always comes back for more.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. If the cat didn't like it, it'd fucking disappear for a day or two.
Exactly.
Comes back for more. Yeah, but rat sack on the other hand, if they accidentally fucking have rat sack, they fucking never go near that shit again. They damn well know.
Oh, man, a bloody cat got bit by a snake about a month and a half ago. Snake was inside the house near the front door, right? And anyway, bandit comes out and looking all funny, and anyway, Sharon goes, "What's wrong, Bandit?" and picks him up, and he started vomiting and all that sort of stuff. Anyway, next thing, okay, we better take him down to the vet. So grab the keys, go to walk out the front door, and in the little hallway there is a brownie, got bit by a brownie. So my wife is just going absolutely spastic, right? Just screaming her head off.
That helps. Always helps.
They closed the door and they locked in there, gone down to the garage and grabbed the rake and come back and got the snake, cut his bloody head off. We took the cat down to the vet. $750 later for anti-venom and whatnot to get the cat right.
Yeah.
Bloody hell. Crazy.
That is crazy.
Is
the cat good now or still not quite right?
Yeah. No, the cat's good now. All its fur on its leg is all like coming off. It looks really manky, the leg, but Bandit's as good as gold now. But I said to the missus, fuck, for $750 we could have bought 100 kittens. Like, what the hell?
That's pretty funny. I hope you said that while the cat could hear. I hope the cat could hear you say that.
She just glares at me because the cat's her little baby. She just gives me this evil glare, the evil eyes. How dare you even suggest something like that? I said, I could have got a Hessian bag for $1 down at the reject shop and taken care of it. Like, what the hell?
You got a beautiful beach out there. Wait for the time to come in.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, nah. Couldn't do that to the bandit. He's part of the family, man, so it is what it is. Well, if it wasn't for him, who knows? The snake would have got inside and bitten one of us, actually, not him.
Very true. Very true.
So, Whites, you agree with me that when they do this thing, they're not doing a spherical excess measurement, or do you think they are? I'm very confused by your feelings on this.
Well, you don't need to be confused because I can tell you that they believe they are doing a spherical excess calculation. Without a doubt, that's what they believe, Jeremy. Now, you and I have a little bit of a discrepancy as to whether that's actually what they're doing or not, or even attempting to do. But other than that, they are definitely attempting in their minds to do spherical excess with this particular method.
No doubt.
Which is why they always use the word azimuth or angle, because they have to preface the plums, because they're presuming that we're on the curve. Even though I would set plumb up on each point, even if I thought it was a plane and I was looking to just measure a triangle on a plane for construction. I would use a theodolite purely so you've got plumb and you can set a horizontal plane up to measure an accurate angle. Simple. But other than that, it's all a calculation because you can't see from point to B, A to B. And like you're saying, it's a curved line and there's no way you're going to see over that curve. So there's no way they really can ever even entertain this physically.
Yeah, I don't even know if it's possible to measure an angle on a curve, because in order to measure an angle, you're supposed to have straight lines. And one time a math teacher, I used to clean the math and social studies section in my school, and one of the head of the math department overheard me arguing with them guys in gems, and they were trying to tell me that you could draw a triangle on a ball, on a basketball, and then measure it with a protractor, right? And I said that whole sentence out loud. I'm like, you cannot measure a triangle on a basketball with a protractor. And the lady heard me arguing, and she's like, "You're right. You can't do that. You can't measure that angle on a basketball with a protractor."
Okay, just answer me this, Jeremy. When you say line, it's a line between 2 points. Now, obviously, there's all sorts of contention because are you referring to 3D space or 2D space? Because obviously the surface of a sphere is considered two-dimensional because it's just the surface. And they're going to mention that from above the line of these triangles, that is a straight line. It's only when you go down to that profile that line's not straight. But that is irrelevant to your angle measurement. From above, you see a dead straight line, and you're trying to measure that angle between the other one, which appears also to be a dead straight line.
So what was the question?
So is it not still a straight line? It's an angle between two straight lines.
On the surface of a sphere?
Yeah, because those lines from above, when you consider the angle, are straight.
They happen to be curving down, but they're straight from above on the two-dimensional plane.
Yeah, but I don't, dude. I don't think you can do it because there is a slight. I don't know. Listen, the head of the math department in a high school, right? This wasn't like a preschool or nothing. This was a high school, so they, you know, they told me you can't do that with a pro. You can't measure it with a protractor. I don't know how you would measure it, but like I don't know how you would measure it. Can you do it with a theodolite or something? Maybe. I don't know.
Well, their claim is you can, but you just can't physically. They go with GPS for the distances, and then they use GPS to find, oh, look, the plumbs aren't all parallel. Blah, blah, blah. Spherical excess. Boom. It's all calculated. No one's ever physically done this.
I wonder if you made a square, if you could make it smaller. Like I know the side. If you do the sides of a triangle, they need to be like an absurd length. I'm wondering if you get more angles, would you be able to make it smaller, or do you need to make it bigger to be able to measure, like, you know, because a square would have
No.
more than.
Yeah, but the more angles you've got, the more margin of error, because each time you do an angle measurement, you're going to include some error, right? And then if it's smaller, if you're trying to go smaller, you've got even less curvature that you're trying to like find excess from. So you've got more margin of error, even less curvature you're trying to find. So it's going to be even fucking more, you know, calculated.
Yeah.
Well, how much margin of error do they say they've got when they're measuring this spherical excess?
Few arc
Well, with
seconds.
calculation, it's precise. Yeah, it's precise.
No,
There's no error.
there are a
They got
couple arcs.
GPS.
There's some error. It's a couple arc seconds.
And what do they put that error down to? Is it the error in GPS?
I think it's machine error, but I don't think they're accounting for all the actual error there is.
Okay.
Because if you have a crosshair, I don't know how thick a crosshair on a theodolite is, but however thick that is, they're looking at things that are like 100 miles away. So imagine you have a toothpick in front of your eyeball, a foot, 2 feet, and you know, you got a toothpick 2 feet in front of your eyeball, and you're looking 100 miles away. That toothpick could block out a fucking something the size of a mountain. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So there's got to be a massive margin of error on that alone. Like I don't think they're I think you could wiggle this. I think you could wiggle this measurement to make it look like whatever you wanted to. I could bet you I could do it and make it be under 180.
No, but they couldn't even be doing this optically, Jeremy. That's what I've said a few times. There's the distance that they need to be doing this to have enough curvature to show the excess would be beyond your visible sight. Like to actually definitively line up a crosshair with fucking anything, let alone the center of something. Like a post, you got to get the center of the post, not the edge of the post, left or right, like the dead center of the post. Otherwise, your angles are going to be out, aren't they? Simple.
Yeah, the one they did was like 100 miles. They were doing mountaintop to mountaintop. We got 3 mountains that could see each other, and they were like 90 to 100 miles away. Right, so they're looking at a light at 100 miles away and lining up a theodolite crosshair on this light like that. The margin of error in that alone's got to be fucking huge. Not even counting.
Yeah.
There's also an error of you being off horizontal, right? You're not getting perfectly plumb every time, or perfectly horizontal because of the way the plate. It has to do something with the plate or something, right? You're not going to get there's a tiny little error margin there. They even give it an auto. I think they give it an auto. What's up?
Yeah, plus or minus on the rotation from plumb. Yeah. Yep, no doubt.
There's like some kind of weird. There's some kind of error measurement in the error with the tool, right? Tiny, little tiny.
Yeah, nothing's precise. Yeah.
Teeny tiny. But then you got this error margin where you got to line up the theodolite crosshair. Like I think that is a huge. I don't think they're even counting that.
Hmm.
And like I said, that would be fucking huge because that crosshair over 100 miles is going to take up, a fucking mess. I don't even know. You can do the math on it, but that crosshair is only like 2 feet from your face. So something 2 feet
Oh,
from
it's
your
like
face.
trying to, line up the center of the sun. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like we can't actually even see the sun's entirety. Who says you get the center of it? But it's just too hard. But the point being is over that distance, the curvature that comes in the way. I suppose from the mountain, look, I suppose that's a little bit different. But were these all at the same, roughly the same altitude, or were they taking that away? Like there's even more to calculate. Or should I say verify, not calculate, verify. Because again, let's just say it's on a plane, for argument's sake, and you're at the mountaintops and you reproduce the same thing on the plane. That the margin of error, like, would still facilitate you to go, yep, I got 180 degrees plus or minus the margin of error.
Like
and they'll go, yep, we got just over 180 degrees plus or minus some error.
This
Super
is
cool.
dodgy as
I'm sure
fuck.
I'm sure it's 0.0003 of a difference. You know what I mean? Like fuck all. 2/5 of fuck all, actually.
This is dodgy as fuck. I want to see a spherical square.
Yeah, well, they've got that one. That's the based on distance excess. So one of the lines is too long and doesn't fit in the box with the cross in it.
It's all just
Won't
bullshit.
fit on it. Yeah. Well, they can't prove it. I mean, it's true though. Like if you tried to reproduce the same thing on a basketball, those those excuse me, those distances won't fit on a flat plane. And that's provable on a basketball, but they can't then say therefore Earth is a ball because GPS says.
Yeah,
Like,
you can't go.
Can't physically do
you
this.
can't go. You can't go. Therefore, basketball, bloody Earth is a globe, right? Do it on the globe.
No.
Right? Don't do it on a bloody
Exactly.
basketball. Doing it on a basketball.
See,
go.
well, the thing is when they use GPS, their argument is that is them doing it on a ball because as far as they're concerned, GPS is a physical measurement. You know what I mean? Like that's where they have an issue with us going, oh, we'll do it on the ball, and they go, oh, well, we've got this, and this. And I'll just keep saying that when we keep asking for anything physical, they'll just keep presenting non-physical things. Like it's fucking crazy.
Exactly.
Because they have to, of course. There's nothing else. They have to.
Exactly. I can't even see the 3 points that they're measuring. Like, get out of town. Like, seriously. May as well be measuring. May as well be measuring unicorn farts. That's what you should be measuring.
Yep. I think time not being real is a fucking killer. Because at the end of the day, like they also need that. Like they need spherical excess to be real, even though it's a calculation. They do need time to be real because it's part of like the fabric of the way everything goes together.
Yeah.
Therefore, they have to keep just saying over and over again that, oh no, time allows for things, or fucking interactions are time. It is time. Like they just can't fucking. They will not let it go that time is just a fucking construct. It's funny as. I've had people fucking private message me and ask me for fucking private fucking chats about it.
Oh, you're bullshit. No way.
That's it. Yeah, and I'm just like, fucking, yeah, when you're ready. Shit.
Look, like we were talking about the other night, mate, time is a factor. Like distance is a factor, but these things aren't causes of anything.
Look,
You know,
again, yes, time is a
I
factor
think,
if you want to calculate shit
yeah,
or tell someone
exactly
else
right.
about something.
But if you want to boil it down, I think it's Jeremy's argument, the boiling water. It's just like, well, water is the cause of boiling water. Water itself. Well, that's how retarded it gets. Space.
Yeah, well,
Space.
if time's going to be one of the causes of boiling water, then time has to be the cause of fucking everything. Like it can't not
Yeah,
be.
that's right.
Exactly.
Exactly. You just keep on. You can go round and round in circles with everything, with that sort of. With that.
Yep.
Never get off the merry-go-round.
Pseudoscience is like that. Yeah. They don't even like to admit that astrophysics is pseudoscience by fucking definition of the word. They don't. They just hate the word pseudoscience because they think it means fake science, which it does.
Yeah. Well, pretty much it does, doesn't it? Astrophysics.
It's not real science.
Yeah. Let's look through a fucking telescope, right? And we'll be able to tell you what it is. Boom.
No, it's better than that. It's let's presuppose we're on a ball and look up at the stars and confirm our presupposition.
What was the
no
one?
bias at all.
What was the one I heard about 6 months ago, maybe 12 months ago? Oh, they point a spectrometer at the sun. By pointing a spectrometer at the sun, they can tell exactly what the sun is made of because of the colours.
So laughable.
Because of the colours, right? We can tell. It's like saying the leaves on a tree are green, right? So now we know what the leaves are made out of because they're green. Fuck off.
It's pretty funny.
It is. It's laughable. It's literally laughable. But they think looking through a spectrometer is actually tangible because we can point it to light here on Earth and we can confirm it here on Earth. So thus it confirms it in the sky. It's just like, you've got to be joking me, mate. At least here on Earth you can go up to that fire and say, okay, then I've got red gum in it, I've got a bit of pine, there's some rocks around, like here's all these contributing factors to the colour that it's been emitted.
Not from space, you can't.
But
unless you're gonna, send up some probe.
Oh yeah.
And it's gonna sample the sun and then send back data.
Well, haven't they done
and then
that?
you're going to see that data, and that's going to confirm some shit for you.
I thought they'd done that, send a probe to the sun, and they're going to get a test tube full of the sun and bring it back to Earth. Well, I was reading an article the other day.
Full of the sun.
I think I was telling you guys. I was reading an article the other day. Apparently, there's something in, I think it's China, and they've been able to reproduce the sun's temperature by a magnitude of 5. So they've got something to get to 70 million degrees centigrade, and they've been able to hold that temperature for 17 minutes. What the hell?
Crazy.
What the hell can hold 70 million? How do you even measure 70 million degrees centigrade for starters, right? And what could possibly hold something that hot, right?
Well, I think the only thing I can think of was magnetic field, but they'd need to prove all that.
Well, yeah, I don't know. I don't even know how you generate 70 million degrees centigrade. What sort of mechanism you have to? Imagine the power required to generate 70 million degrees centigrade. It's just mind blowing.
Yeah, well, I think I mentioned the same thing during the conversation, and that is collapsing a bubble in water, like an air bubble in water collapsing, although
Yeah,
we can't tell and can't see, creates some light instantaneously and creates
yeah,
a phenomenal amount of energy and heat. But because it's so
yeah,
instant, no one fucking knows about it, right? So it's possible that they're just doing that on a larger scale, and therefore they can maintain it for a period of time
yeah.
afterwards.
That's
But
that's
I mean,
that
I'd like to know.
sonar luminescence, isn't it? The
Yeah,
sonar
use some
luminescence of
frequency
stars.
to generate the
Yeah,
bubble and then collapse it.
yeah.
I would like to know though, um whether like there's more energy that they can get out of this fucking thing that they need to actually create the environment to produce it. Like, is there any over unity? Like, what's the fucking point of doing this?
Look, possibly. Look, who knows what they're working on? We know they're always working on gadgets that we don't know about, and they could very well have produced something like that. But it is mind blowing. It's just mind blowing just to even think. When I read those figures, it's like, what the hell? Five times hotter than the sun.
Maybe this
That's
is for the
crazy.
elite underground fucking bunkers where they need to grow all their food for 10 years while we all fucking waste away.
Possibly.
They
Yeah.
need a fucking artificial sun to do shit.
Mm.
I love
Here
our
we
tax
go.
dollars going to good things like that.
Well, exactly. As long as the elite are nice and safe and all tucked up tight at night,
Yeah,
I'm happy. I'm happy.
they're so
Here's
clever.
Bacon. Bacon's back to argue his spherical triangles.
Yeah. That's exactly why I'm back, actually.
That's exactly.
Did you
You've got
bring
some.
fucking some eggs?
Yep. You got
Right?
some. You got some juicy. Got some juicy stuff for us to gnaw on.
Go what?
German
Have you got
sausages?
some German sausages? Bratwurst, preferably.
I don't get it.
But anyway, what have you
All
got
good,
for
mate.
us? What do you got for
Aussie
us?
breakfast.
Hit us.
You'll
Hit
be
us
right.
with your best shot.
Yeah, I know. I was just hoping to get where we left. Don't
Spherical
remember exactly.
triangles.
Yeah. Oh,
Yeah,
Okay then.
we were done.
Yeah,
someone was
yeah.
saying that you need 3 triangles.
3 triangles.
No,
Yeah.
7 triangles now. We've
7
decided we need
triangles.
7.
Yeah. We've
Well, you got
we've
extra
changed
4
it.
in 20 minutes.
Well, to be sure.
Yeah. Yeah, there was an Irishman who popped in just quickly. He fucked us right up.
Exactly. So what do you got for us, Bacon? Come on. Help us solve this problem.
Yeah, the triangles you're referring to, you're adding an extra line there to say that's a new triangle. But that extra line that makes those 2 lines a triangle has nothing to do with the measurement. It's completely irrelevant. So that's not the triangle that's being measured. So if you're measuring the angle between 2 straight lines, you can put a third line wherever you want. You're going to create a new triangle. You can put 10 extra lines and create 10 new triangles. All of them are irrelevant to the measurement of that angle between the 2 initial lines. Right?
And?
Yeah,
So we've got one angle, all right? So where are we getting our other 2 angles?
yeah, you go to the other point. You measure
Okay.
how the other 2 targets are away from each other.
Where's the other point? In the sky?
Can be wherever it is, in at least you can, as long as you can see its vertical position.
Well, it has to be in the sky, doesn't it? The other point.
On a curve, yeah.
Not necessarily. If you're high
Well,
enough,
it has to be.
It could be.
If you're shooting from point A to point B and you can't see point B, but you got the vertical, right, which is going straight up, you're shooting to a point in the sky. That's the only way you can do it.
No. If you're high enough, this other point could be on the surface. You'd still be able to see.
So if you're high enough now, you're shooting down.
Yeah.
Okay.
As long as it's you can align with it vertically.
So now you got.
So now you got
line. So now, if you're high enough, so you're saying now, if you're high enough, Now you got line of sight.
Mhm.
Yeah, you got line of
Yeah.
sight. So if you've got line of sight between point A and point B, and then point B to point C, and point C back to point A, and you have line of sight between all those 3 points, and you shoot straight lines through them all, how can those angles equal anything else than 180 degrees? It is literally impossible if you have
Sure.
line of sight.
Yeah,
It's
of
impossible.
course.
You can't.
But that's not a spherical triangle. That's just a triangle between the three
Of course,
three of those points,
because
which is not.
because you've got line of sight. Because
Yeah,
you've got line of sight, and
not
that's
not because you have line of sight, but because you're no longer measuring the azimuthal angle.
so
When
you have
when
to
you're measuring the
calculate.
angle,
You have to calculate the azimuthal angle.
no, you
now.
don't calculate. You measure it.
So now you measure it, and then you add up all the measurements, and you calculate it to get your excess.
To sum three numbers, call that a calculation. Then yeah, of course you have to calculate it.
Yeah,
You want to know
exactly.
if
So
these
you're
three
not.
angles.
So you're not actually measuring it. You're calculating it, and this is what we
No,
were saying all
I'm
along.
measuring three angles. I'm measuring three angles, and I'm seeing if the sum of them exceeds 180 degrees.
Yeah, 3 different triangles. That's what you're
No,
doing.
3 different angles,
Yes.
not 3 different triangles.
3 different
No.
triangles. is what
Okay,
you're
just
measuring.
stop. Explain the difference right now, or just not the difference, but explain your azimuthal angle. So we're at
Sure.
point A, and we're
Sure,
elevated looking down to point B, and over to point C. What's the difference?
Yeah, the azimuthal angle is when you only measure the angle horizontally. So, for example, you set
That's
a
what we're doing.
plumb. Yeah, so you set a
Mhm.
plumb, right? And you align the center of the vision. For example, you can use a theodolite, and you set your theodolite to only rotate around the plumb line, so it can only
Yes.
measure things horizontally. Then you align with the
Right.
first target. You align it vertically, of course, because
Right. So you're just explaining exactly what we explained the whole time.
No,
And you're trying to
because
say it's wrong.
No. If you have the
Wow.
3 points, the 3 points are in your line of sight, doesn't mean that you can do the azimuthal angle and match them both vertically and horizontally. Because if you still not matching them.
No, we're not
horizon-
trying to
Wait,
create
wait.
a single
Wait.
horizontal plane. No one's trying to create a single horizontal plane between the 3 points and measure those angles. That's not what's going on.
Yeah,
Because
me
that
neither.
would be 180.
Yeah,
No one's trying to
exactly.
do that.
Yeah, it
Right,
doesn't matter
so
if you have
what's
line
your
of sight.
contention?
Even if you have line of sight, you still have to rotate around the plumb line, and you still only.
Of course. No
Let me
one said
finish.
you don't.
Let me finish. So let me finish. If you agree with the first of what I'm saying, then let me go on.
But this is
So-
what we said before.
Oh my god!
That you
Yeah,
come
but
on
let
and
me.
disagreed
But
with.
I'm trying to explain. You asking me to explain. I started. You agree with my beginning, and now you interrupt me. If you agree, then just
No,
let
you
me
agreed
go
with
on.
our beginning. But anyway, go on.
It's the same. A equals B and B equals A. Doesn't matter. Anyway, so
So
If-
why talk about it again?
oh my god.
What the
Let me just finish. If you have line of sight in both of them, and in both points, and you can only rotate your theodolite around the plumb line, you might not be able to align with the targets horizontally, because you can
Of
tilt
course.
up or down. Let me finish. So if you're only aligning with them vertically, that's not the angle that Ben Saul Bandit is referring to, because the angle that he's referring to, of course, is not going to give more than 180 degrees. If you still do azimuthal line, even though you can see the two targets, it's still going to exceed 180 degrees if the surface isn't curved.
No, if the surface isn't curved and you're fucking looking and you measure, it'll always be 180 because the plane, the
Sure.
triangle, is one single horizontal plane.
Actually, it's 3 planes, but they're
Because the
parallel.
azimuthal are all the same. The plums are
Yeah.
all the same on a flat plane.
Exactly. Yeah, if the surface is flat, yeah.
Right. So
The surface is
you're
curved.
literally agreeing with us.
That's right.
No, not agreeing with Ben Bennett, because at least if from what I understood from him, is that if I have
You
line of sight,
misunderstood.
if I think he said if I had line of sight in the three targets, then it can't then the angles will sum up to 180 degrees. They won't if you're taking the azimuthal angle. It doesn't matter if you can see them or not.
On a curved surface.
Sure, exactly.
Right. So it could be, if you do account for azimuthal, that it's still 180 on a plane.
Yeah, on a plane, yes.
Right. Okay, so you do azimuthal on both. If you were going to be, honest, and you were just testing, triangle
Yeah, on
angles,
3 of them.
and you didn't
The
have a
azimuthal on 3 of them.
presupposition, you just go around and do it, and you get 180. And I'd like you, if you think that you don't get 180, to show any evidence that it's been done, and you actually get more than 180. And I don't
I'm not
want to see
arguing for it.
GPS getting used.
Sorry? I didn't look up. Yeah, I'm not arguing for it. I didn't look up exactly the claims about this being done. I'm just here discussing what is it measuring and how it is measured.
Okay, we're all in agreement.
Sure, yeah, I will look up it eventually. That's one of the things I want to do. And when I do, then I'll go back using that as evidence that this actually have been done, if that's the case. But that's not what I'm doing now. I'm just, yeah.
Okay.
So,
right.
Okay, so you got Mount Everest as one point, and you're on the top of Mount Everest. And just say you had another Mount Everest that was, say, I don't know, 50 kilometers away, and another one in a triangle formation, another 50 kilometers away. And you can see the peaks of all those mountains, right? So you're up in the air. You're up in the air, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, you shoot your line from point A to point B to point C, and point C to point A. That's always going to equal 180 degrees.
Yeah,
You're
which
never
is
going to get any.
Yeah, but that's not
Well, yes.
how you would. That's not how a spherical excess is measured.
No,
if you
spherical excess is calculated. It's not measured.
Right, just because you sum 3 numbers, they still comes from a measurement. You just have to sum them. If summing numbers is enough to screw up a measurement for you, then I mean you shouldn't rely on basically any measurement. I mean,
plain addition is fine.
Anyway, I'm measuring
plain
3
addition
angles.
is fine.
The triangle you referred to isn't what spherical axis used to sum the angle. So the angles that spherical axis sums is the azimuthal one. If you make a straight line between those 3 points, that's not an azimuthal angle. Because if the surface is curved, then those points are going to be below the horizon. So if you just point to them and measure the angle, that's going to be an Euclidean triangle. But if you point to the horizon and measure the angle between them, that's going to be bigger because they're below the horizon. That's going to open the angle. So you're going to get an axis if the surface is curved. Yes.
And you can't get an angle with a curved line anyway. That's not how angles work.
You don't need to use the curved line. That's why the azimuthal angles are for.
You keep when any of us say you go to point A at the top of the mountain, Everest, and you measure from point A to B, you need to just assume that we're meaning with a theodolite, and it's around a plum. Okay, because
it doesn't have to
not
be
everyone's going to include the word. Okay, it doesn't have to fucking be a theodolite. All right, but you know what we mean. A horizontal from plum. That's what everyone means.
Mm-hmm. All right.
Some of us aren't using the word azimuthal, but that's what we mean. So if you were at the top of Mount Everest and you had whatever device that does this, and you looked over to point A, your other mountaintop, you automatically know that you're on a horizontal plane from your point A. So it doesn't matter where the fuck it lines up vertically with your point B, does it?
I didn't get your point. Well, the reason why I mentioned azimuthal angle, is that I don't agree with you that that's what we all mean. I don't think that's what Ben Saab Bendit is meaning when he says that because saying that if we have a line of we can see the 3 points on the top of the 3 mountains, then this will always add to 180 degrees. If that's the case, then I don't think he's referring to azimuthal angle. I think he's referring to the angle between those 3 lines, because he said in the beginning of his statement, you shoot 3 lines between them. You measure the angles. That's not spherical angle. That's not the azimuthal.
On a horizontal plane, exactly. You got line of sight between all 3 points.
Yeah,
You
and
have
if
to,
you
don't
measure,
you? Line of
Exactly.
sight, a horizontal plane, yeah.
Yeah. So if you've got line of sight between those 3 points, a horizontal line of sight between those 3 points, right? And you measure the angles between all those 3 points, it is always and can only ever add up to 180 degrees. It cannot add up to anything else. It is literally impossible.
well,
It can't.
there's a premise in your statement, because you said if you have a horizontal line of sight, right? So if for each individual of those 3 points, if the other two are always in their horizon, then of course they're on a plane, and that will add to 180. But that will only happen if the surface is spherical, is flat. The surface is spherical, then that can only happen to at most one of them. You can't have two of them having the other two on their horizon while the surface is curved.
And I also preface it when you've got line of sight, so you can see those 3 points. That's why I use 3 Mount Everests, and you're on top of Mount Everest, and you can see all 3 points, right? And on a horizontal plane from those 3 points, you measure those 3 angles, it'll always equal 180 degrees. The only way it doesn't equal 180 degrees is when you don't have line of sight, and then you have to calculate it. That is the only way it ever happens. It never happens any other way.
You're
Yes,
saying
yes.
no. You're saying wait, no, because when we don't have line of sight, but we can, for example, see something that is above it, we're using that as a target. So now we do have line of sight.
You don't have
And
line of sight to the point. No, you don't.
but we're not. We don't care about the point.
What Bandsaw,
No.
what Bandsaw is trying to say, Bacon, is that to do this physically, to make sure there's enough curvature involved to rule out margin of error, etc., that the distances would be such that you couldn't physically see definitively the vertical point that you're trying to line your crosshairs up with.
But we
to
are not
actually get
measuring
an
a point.
accurate measurement.
No, because we are measuring.
No,
a
no,
point.
you're measuring a vertical line. Stop being weird.
Exactly.
You're trying to line your vertical up, aren't you? Right.
So exactly.
So how are you going to be definitive? So an infinite point. So think of a 1 inch pole. You've got a 1 inch pole, and you're trying to line that 1 inch pole up from what? 30 kilometers away? Get fucking real. How wide does the pole have to be so that you can see it from 30 fucking kilometers away, dude?
It had to be, if it had to be very high, I don't know. We can calculate it, but
it'd have to be fucking fat too.
Okay, so now
right. So how the fuck are you going to definitively line up the center of something that you can't even see properly?
That's a point. I agree, that's a point.
Fucking hope it is. That's why it's calculated, dude, with GPS, not done physically. Good luck trying to find a physical version of it.
That's a complete different point. The spherical axis that I'm referring to isn't relevant, isn't referring to the Earth.
Okay.
It's referring to any surface. No, you don't.
We get it. We do.
No, you don't.
We get it.
You don't get the flaw.
Angles important. Yep, we get it completely. We've been through it. We completely understand
but
it.
The azimuthal angle doesn't have to be calculated with GPS.
We know this, but to see fit, like to do the Earth, you have to do it with GPS. Because otherwise you can't confirm that the GPS plumbs are even fucking not parallel, mate.
I don't think so.
Oh, okay, so what? They physically calculated the plumbs aren't parallel, have they? Or have they done that by calculation?
Again, I didn't look it up. I remember seeing some documents about it, so I think that's the case. But yeah, I can look it up for you.
Yeah,
I will.
I'm not.
Thank you.
I'm not.
But that's not the subject. What Ben's saying.
It is a subject.
No. The argument from Ben is that if you can see the tree of it, that's not going to give you access. And I don't think he's meaning that because they're too close, so the access is going to be smaller than the margin of error. Because the example he's giving is the top of Tree Mountain. I don't think that's small enough.
Well, no, it is, because you can't see the top of a mountain from a certain distance either. It becomes obscure, and you couldn't definitively find the peak and line it up. You'd be trying to fucking guess where it fucking is.
If you can see from one...
Exactly.
If you can see from one mountain to the other, then that's enough.
If you can definitively pick a vertical line, like that's how much you need to see. It needs to be clear, and you need to have a vertical line that you can definitively line your vertical fucking crosshair up.
Yeah. And if you could definitively
Good luck
see it,
doing
and,
that
and, it, and
optically
it,
over 30 or
yeah,
40 fucking Ks.
yeah, and even if you could do it, and line those 3 points up, right, you're going to have the perfect triangle. You're not going to
See,
measure it
that's the problem
spherical.
with his argument that I'm referring to, Time. That's not what you are arguing. His argument is different from yours. He's saying that even if I can
No,
see them, that would add up to 180. And
of
that's
course
a
they
mistake.
will.
That's a mistake because
No,
that's
it's
not using
it's
the
not.
angle between the verticals, using the
If
straight
you
line angle
Okay.
between points.
if you can see
The
3
line
points,
of
if you can
sight angles would, but not the theodolite
exactly.
angles. No.
That's
Sorry,
what I'm
well,
saying.
you can say that again?
If you join those 3 points together, that you can see, if you could pull a string line between those 3 points and measure the angles, right, on a horizontal plane, they will always equal 180
That's
degrees.
not how you
Always.
measure spherical axis. Spherical
No,
axis isn't measured.
because you have
No.
because you have to calculate it. You have
No,
to
you
calculate
don't.
it. You
The
can't.
azimuthal
You do
angle.
have to calculate it.
The azimuthal angle isn't a calculation. It is a measurement.
It's not a measurement.
We
It's a
know this.
calculation.
No,
No,
the
the
azimuthal
actual
angle
angle
isn't a calculation.
is just a measurement, but that's aside from everything here.
So he doesn't understand the process of measuring spherical axis because what he's saying doesn't fit it. If you have line of sight,
he's seen it. He does know. He understands that when the
No,
theodolite
he doesn't because he's describing it wrong.
listen. He understands that at point A on a flat plane, your plumb is parallel to all the other plumbs at B and C. He understands that on a sphere, your plumb at point A is tilted slightly away from the other 2 plumbs, which opens up your angle. He understands that. But if you can see these fucking things physically, line of sight, and you could do a straight line between them, that triangle would be 180 every day of the week.
Yeah, but no one's
right?
talking about
Now,
this
that
triangle
can't-
because that's not how you measure spherical axis.
I
So
know
that's irrelevant.
this, but
Yeah, so what's the relevance?
But what's not irrelevant is the fact that if you could put a string there, you wouldn't be able to show that it's curved, right? But then when you measure the actual angles and calculate, like you actual line up the verticals over such a long distance to show that there is curvature, you can't be definitive enough with those measurements to rule out margin of error, because the amount of angular change between fucking like half a degree of tilt with your fucking
I'm not denying that.
is fuck all.
But I'm not denying that. I
Right.
wasn't even talking
So we
about
agree on the process. We agree on the process. You said you're going to go away and look for proof.
It
So
doesn't.
please go away and do that. We don't need to keep talking the same shit over and over again.
The reason why we're doing this over and over again is that he's explaining wrong, and then you're rephrasing him to correct what he said, and then he's agreeing with you, which is different from what he said. And I'm trying to point that out, that your attempt from defending him is just wrong. You're just changing what he's saying.
No,
I
clarified before. The line of sight angles will show 180. The azimuth
but that's not the
won't.
spherical axis. That's not the spherical axis. It has nothing to do.
Okay,
that
so
triangle.
we've clarified the line of sight is not that. We've clarified that. Fuck.
Clarify what? You clarified what?
We've clarified that
the line of
sight angles will not produce spherical axis.
Of course, because they don't make a spherical triangle. They make a Euclidean triangle.
Okay. Well, yep.
So what's the relevance?
Oh,
excellent. We're done.
So why is it relevant?
Case closed.
No, because you can
calculate. Bandy said that you could see the points. You're claiming that these points are going to be visible.
No,
you're
I
not
didn't.
appreciating that these points aren't even going to be visible.
No, that's not my claim.
He's trying to be practical. That's all. He's bringing up the practicality of it, and you're just going to keep looping.
No. When he said the straight line between the points is not going to exceed 180 degrees, all my answer was that's not a spherical axis, and you agree with it. But then you said that I'm wrong, and then you agreed with me. So you're just saying I'm wrong because I'm going against him, not because you disagree with anything I said, because nothing you said disagrees with nothing I said.
If you misunderstand just I don't know, maybe you just didn't hear words properly. If you misunderstand things, I can't help that. If
we can't, but we're all on the
No.
same page.
Let's see if
We
we're
are
on the
now.
same page.
We're going to go off
I
and prove it. I wish
Case
you luck.
closed. Case
So-
closed. We've solved it.
Oh,
Phew.
you think so? But how would you do the spherical access if you have line of sight into 3 points, Ben?
If you've got line of sight, you're not going to get spherical excess at all.
See, that's
ever.
a problem. That's a problem. He still doesn't get it. You can. Well, are
On
you
a
talking about?
horizontal plane,
Wait.
you got
Are
line,
you
got line
arguing
of sight. You're not going to get
the
it.
argument? Yeah, the reason why you're providing it is because they have to be too far to be seen, or because
That's
for a
right.
geometrical reason. Because if your reasoning is a geometrical reason, then you're wrong.
Here's what you got to do. Okay, you got to get a big ass frozen lake, like a huge frozen lake. You like paint a big triangle on it, and then you measure the angles.
There you go, Jerry. Jerry's full of the practicality of things.
Sorry, what were you saying?
I'm saying you get a big ass frozen lake, right? Huge. You paint a triangle on it, and then you measure the angles of the triangle.
Yeah, that's
And
a
that's
great
it.
idea. Great idea. Sounds very practical, yeah.
Because it is.
Oh, that's gold. That is gold. Okay. Poor old White had to check out. He's had enough. Oh, that's gold. Oh, hey, Merle. There you go, mate.
Good, mate.
I'm absolutely off my guts at the moment. Arguing spherical triangles.
Yeah.
Oh, damn. It's funny. You got to see the humor in it.
Yeah.
What's happening over in Gems? Anything exciting?
No, I was just doing like a Zoom thing with Dawn, like we're kind of looking into cults, all the cults of the world.
Oh, I watched something with him the other night. He was streaming something live on reptilians, I think it was. And some woman reckons she's had sex with a reptilian.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
I should have been off my guts for that one.
Yeah, my head's just a bit mashed after what I just watched, to be honest.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't.
Let's go.
I can't do gems right now. I'm kind of speechless, to be honest.
I'm in too good a mood to go over there. I'm
Yeah.
gonna wreck
Yeah, I can't be asked.
I've been having fun with bacon. Me and White.
Cool.
It's been funny. They've been talking about spherical excess all day, Mel, right? And I come in, and then anyway, it's done and dusted, and I bring up the topic again, and White's world time is it real? Goes, what the fuck? Not again. So we've been talking about it for another hour and a half.
Oh. None of them know about spherical excess. None of them have seen it. None of them have measured it.
I know, Dawn. I know.
All chatting nonsense.
They won't give an inch, though. They'll just give 8 inches per mile square.
The closest thing bacon has ever seen to spherical excess is a sphere in Blender.
Yeah, that's just for helping you to visualize.
Exactly.
Because the thing is,
No, it doesn't.
Right. So that's your problem. If you're incapable of visualizing even with the 3D model.
It helps you to indulge in your own nerdism. That's all it helps.
It's not hard. It's not hard to
No,
visualize spherical excess. It's pretty basic stuff to
I'm not
actually
helping.
visualize.
I'm not helping to visualize spherical excess. That was meant for a specific problem, and it's the same problem that you were claiming, which is that if we can see the 3 points, we can't get access. That's just
You
false
can't.
because
If you, it isn't false. If you have line of sight between all 3 points, point A, point B, and point C, and you can see each point from each other point, and you measure those and draw a straight horizontal line between those 3 points, it is always going to measure 180 degrees.
yeah,
It
but
will never measure anything
I
else
agree,
other
but
than
that's not
100.
spherical access. That's not how spherical access is measured. It's not a straight line between the points. That's not how spherical
Yeah,
access is measured.
that's right. Spherical excess is calculated. I keep on telling you this. It's
No,
not measured, it's calculated.
no,
Yes,
you
yes, yes,
measure
yes,
you
yes.
measure it azimuthally. Then that's the angle of the surface
and
and not the
then
angle.
and then you calculate it,
No,
right?
the azimuthal angle.
Yes,
What's the
you
calculation?
do.
Okay, so if you think azimuthal angle is a calculation, tell me how it is calculated. How is it
Well,
calculated?
you measure the angle. You measure the angle, right?
Hmm.
You can't see from point A to point B. You can't see point B from point A,
No,
right?
no, no.
And you gotta
You
draw an
Of course you can.
imaginary plumb line and shoot a line up into the air
No,
to
no, no.
even
You
see
can
it in
see
the
them.
first
We are.
place.
I already
Yes, you
conceded.
do.
I already conceded the scenario in which you can see the 3 of them. So in this scenario, you're still able to measure the azimuthal angle.
Yeah.
And the azimuthal
No.
angle will not equate the angle between the
Oh,
straight lines that you're referring to if the surface isn't
Dawn,
flat.
take over, Dawn.
Sorry,
Yeah,
everybody.
you're incapable of understanding something as simple as that. That's not my fault.
I'm incapable.
Let me come up with a compromise. Bacon, if Earth's a sphere, some of your hypothesis could work technically, but you haven't actually done it. You're just talking anecdotally.
No, I'm not talking anecdotally. If I had done it, then it would be anecdotally. That's what an anecdote is. I'm
Oh,
talking
so
about
it's less
experience.
than an anecdote, you're saying?
No, I'm talking about the geometry of it. Because I'm talking about the geometry of it. And he's wrong on the geometry of it.
Blender spheres. So what?
What do you reckon, percent? What do you reckon?
I thought it was just funny. He's like, "Oh, it's less than an anecdote."
No, it's not less.
That's hilarious.
It's a different conversation. One thing is to explain what the idea is. The other is to show the data. And you can combine them to get a conclusion.
What data? Someone else's data. That you believe in.
Oh, one second, I'll be right back.
Oh.
They just happily live with their globe Earth belief. Why do they have to pretend they've got data?
Oh God, that is gold. That is literal gold. Oh.
This right the hand video is funny. I enjoyed it.
Oh. Poor old Bacon. I've given him a headache.
No, it's really powerful because they can't start from the right answer, then go to the wrong answer. They got to start with what. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, I was going to say, you've been listening in, Crit, to all
Yeah.
that?
Yeah, I feel like sometimes every time I talk, it just goes off the rails. I've just been trying to listen.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't. You have a very calming influence on me. People say you spiral and all this shit. No, I don't. I don't see that anymore.
Mr. Giggles.
if you hear him speak to a globe, it can get quite intense.
He triggers globers
Yeah, he does
so
critical
easily.
damage on globers.
Yeah, and the thing too is like them not even trying. It's like I'm just stating facts and framing a conversation that they want to talk about space pizza, the third pizza from the sun. And if you don't let them, you said no, that's not what I'm thinking. They'll just flip out.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's like defend the straw man position I gave to you, and if you don't, then they just trigger. And I'm like, well, you can trigger if you want to. All right, not my fault.
Was I wrong, Crit, with what I was saying? Was I wrong?
No, even that's the best part is even if he's right, you're still right. That's the crazy part, right? He would have to accept your answer as also correct.
Yeah.
He'll shoot himself in the foot. He'll tell you you're wrong, and then you're like, well, how? How could I be wrong and you be right? My answer fits inside your answer.
Oh my god. Damn. See, Bill, this is why I don't talk about star trails. I know nothing about them. When it comes to triangles, I pretty much know triangles.
But why do you know about triangles and not star trails?
Well, exactly why.
You could say, when it comes to triangles, he's got all three corners of the market covered.
Yeah, exactly. That's so bad. It's good.
I got a triangular shelf for Christmas.
Oh. Oh.
In about 2 weeks, you'll have that star trails thing like sussed.
Yeah. Yeah, like I said, Mel, it's been doing my head in a little bit, to be quite honest with you. Just,
Yeah.
the way you look at it and, the way it seems to go, to me, it's a bit confusing. Like I said, I've never looked into it. All these years, Mel, I've never looked into it. It's never really interested me. It's always been someone else's argument, and I kind of switch off because it hasn't interested me, you know what I mean? But then, there was a conversation a couple of days ago. I thought, I'm gonna have a look at this, and then all of a sudden, it's just like, whoa, okay, then explain that.
What are you going to look at? What did you look in?
The Star Trails, Dawn, Star Trails,
Oh,
and how they, well,
how they work on most models.
Well, how they just work, or just the appearance of them, Dawn. Like they appear when you see them in the time lapse photography and whatnot. They seem to go down below the horizon and sort of come up again the other side, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
That's what they appear to do, right? And it's, I was telling Merle earlier on tonight, this is one thing that's really kind of fucking with my head, to be quite honest with you.
I find it weird to think about, not even thinking about which model it works on or doesn't work on, but just that in our experience, we only see dots in the sky. And if we look back, we can kind of see that they've moved a bit. But we never see them as a time lapse, do we? Unless we watch a time lapse. And suddenly these dots are lines with a path, suddenly.
Yes. Yeah, that is a bit weird, but it's interesting to to look at them, and it's just made me think a little bit more on how that may work. Like, obviously, the globe model kind of has it sewn up in their corner. I'm just trying to.
Yeah, I was going to say it seems to work on a globe if you believe and understand that model.
Yeah. Just trying to wrap my head around it on a plane model. It's a little bit more difficult.
Yeah.
For me at the moment.
Because it hasn't been explained by hundreds of years.
If I'm being honest, like, I've listened to some of the explanations. Geo came in before and gave an explanation of the personal dome kind of theory, which I'll look at a little bit more. That seems to have a little bit of credence to it, that personal dome theory, because we all do kind of have our own little personal dome around us, the way way our eyes work. So that seems to have a little bit of legs too. So I've just got to look into it a bit more and try and wrap my head around it.
I would even say that when you observe the celestial sphere, what they call it, and imagine you're on a globe, the celestial sphere is actually round you, not round the planet, and you have to extrapolate the celestial sphere to the planet, not to you.
Yeah. But one thing is consistent. Yeah, one thing's consistent always. Doesn't matter if you're so-called in the northern hemisphere or the south or on the inner and the outer, they always move east to west, always.
That's the semantic argument. Yeah, that's gone for years. But the globalists will say, but they revolve in different directions. And the Falcons will say, no, it's all east to west.
Yeah,
You
yeah,
Google
yeah.
it, and it is all east to west, even though it's appearing in two directions.
Exactly, exactly.
Still semantics.
Yeah, it is a bit, isn't it?
Like Bandsaw, did you said before to Jin, like, you know, where is Earth kind of thing, like where is this place? Do
Yeah.
you see it as a big bit of rock and water just in space still? Like, do you?
No, not at all. Like, if I could theoretically dig deep enough, Merle, through all the bedrock and all that sort of stuff,
Yeah.
in my head, it comes to a solid stop. You know what I mean? Like, there's grounds, for want of a better word, ground zero, right? And everything is built up upon ground zero, right? There's nothing underneath ground zero whatsoever. Absolutely nothing. That is that's the definite end of it, and everything starts from there up. So we're like on the third or fourth floor, if you know what I mean, and we've got, you know, a couple of layers underneath us. That's how I see it. But I don't see anything under. I don't see that bottom floor floating around in space, if you know what I mean. I don't see that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because the only reason I asked is because you know how it looks like the stars are going down.
Yes.
Right. Like where are they going down to, and then coming back round? Like, that's when you start to sort of, well, they'd have to go, like, the sun and the stars would have to penetrate into the, if the Earth is the fucking ground of the universe or wherever we are, how can the stars and the sun and the moon go underneath the water or through the Earth if it's the ground, right?
Yeah,
So
exactly.
so that's when you start to get into the visual aspect of it.
Exactly.
No?
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
And
But it is
that's just my
confusing.
thought.
It is
That's just my
confusing.
thought. The whole ground floor level,
Yeah.
like I said, I just can't imagine what we're on floating in nothing.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
can't
Why
actually
not?
picture that.
Why not?
Well, I can on a big blue spinning testicle. I can imagine that.
All right, yeah.
Definitely. Yeah, I can definitely imagine that,
No, a
because
floating disc is harder to imagine. I get that. Yeah.
yeah. I definitely don't imagine that, and I don't subscribe to that whatsoever. Really. Because that also puts us in space, like just floating around in nothingness, sort of thing. And yeah, but as far as what's above us, firmaments and all that sort of stuff, Dawn, I don't necessarily subscribe to any of that either, to be quite honest with you. I just don't know what's up there. I haven't seen. I've seen pictures. We were talking about sprites before, Merle. Remember?
Yeah.
And I've seen some spectacular imagery and videos of sprites, and you look at the sprites, and it definitely, with some of them, looks like there's some dome-like shape over the top of them, right? Oh, like it's coming. You know, like there is something up there, but maybe I'm trying to see something into it as well, if you know what I mean. Maybe that's what I want to see, so that's what I am seeing, sort of. You got to send me that link, that CIA link, Merle, on the
Yeah.
sprite.
Okay. I'll send you that. It is interesting. Copy message.
What do you think about Sprite Dawn? You seen those funny looking things?
I was going to ask what you meant. I don't know what they are.
They're like, it's almost like a shower of lightning, almost. It's like a shower of lightning coming out of the sky in all different directions. It's like fireworks almost, like this rain of fireworks like coming down. They're absolutely gorgeous,
What
and
are
they're
they
like
supposed to be?
purple. Well,
I
there's
Yeah.
put
some sort of electrical charge, but they're in
yeah,
gorgeous greens, purples, blue
yeah.
colours. They're absolutely gorgeous.
I put one in the crop circles vid, but
You
it
mean the
goes
Northern Lights?
no,
No,
no.
no, different to Northern Lights. No, different.
Type it in your Google Sprites and go to the images.
Yeah,
SPRITS.
yeah.
SPRITES. Yeah.
Yes, yeah,
Yeah.
yes.
um.
But yeah, they're spectacular, Dawn. Especially when you see some of the video footage of them too. They seem just to shower down from the
Yeah,
sky.
they look mad. Electrical
Yeah,
discharge. It says that's what the experts say. Storm on top of a storm, or a storm above some clouds, or something weird. I think, well, without researching it, it's an extra clue that Earth's a magnet for me.
yeah. There's some sort of electrical charge happening there in the
Yeah.
in the
From
sky.
the sky to Earth.
Yeah,
Sprites.
It's the name for fairies, isn't it? Sprites as well.
Yeah.
yes, yeah. They call them sky fairies too. That's another name for them.
Yeah. Some they're in the crop circles bit. The second breakdown, I put a couple in there, like just flash them in with the lightning.
Okay.
Yeah,
I
but
think I probably thought it was just lightning, I think.
some look like almost like jellyfish.
Yeah. You know, like the pictures of sci-fi robots where they've got long legs and then a thing on
Yeah.
top.
Yeah.
Yeah,
They almost look
War,
like that, right?
War of the Worlds.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, they reckon. So the CIA reckons like these things come out of the firmament, and they had a bunch of scientists on it observing it, and which is pretty interesting. But CIA can do psyops too, as everyone knows. But
oh, thanks for that link, Merle.
no, Wuckers, pretty yeah. Guy in America sent me that. I'll chuck it in the chat if anyone wants it. Yeah, those other links I sent you to, Vansor, they're fucking good. They helped me a lot.
Yeah, I want to watch that one on the wheel,
Wheel
the
of
Wheel of
Fortune.
Fortune.
Yeah, it's
yeah.
good stuff.
I actually typed into Google Wheel of Fortune, right, when you were talking about it, and typed in images, and guess what I got? All I got was the Wheel of Fortune, the actual game show.
Yeah. But then you got to wonder what the game show's based on, see?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's a cult concept. Wheel of Fortune.
Mm-hmm.
It all
Spin
spins.
the wheel.
It all spins.
Yeah.
You might get lucky.
Yeah, exactly. Are you on the Gunja, Bandy?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I told you I was stoned as fuck at the moment.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I got
I could
some
really
good
go
stuff,
with. I could really go with one of them right now, to be honest.
man. I've got some good stuff at the moment.
Have you?
Yeah, yeah. I grow my own. Well, it's
Do
fucking
ya?
mind blowing. Yeah, fuck yeah,
Good man.
yeah. Man, it's a bloody weed. What the hell? I mean, it's the
Mm.
easiest stuff to grow in the world.
Yeah, I was
Don't have to
thinking
look
that
after it.
today because
All you got to do
I've
is
got
plant a seed.
yeah
Set and forget, mate.
I got 5 stonking tomato plants going at the moment, so it's not much different, right?
Yeah, yeah. So just whack them in your garden there.
Yeah.
Grow snow peas around them, all right?
Mm-hmm.
Because with all their little bloody drones and stuff, they fly around everywhere. It gives I don't know, they pick up on some sort of
Camouflage.
ultraviolet. No, not for the
Really?
camouflage. It's for their what light do they emit? Anyway, it does camouflage from the cameras. Whatever light they emit, I can't remember. I did know a while ago some sort of ultraviolet fucking light that they emit. It's quite easy to detect them in backyards and stuff. But if you grow snow peas around them, it camouflages them. Tomato plants won't camouflage them, even though
I
tomato
was
plants look exactly the same as them, pretty much.
I was in near the New South Wales and Queensland border, like
Nimbin?
Tweed. No, like
Oh,
Tweed, like Coolangatta,
yeah,
basically.
yeah, yeah,
Anyway,
yeah.
like I got out the car and I don't even know why I looked up, but I just sort of felt like I don't know, and I looked up and there was a drone, and
Oh,
then I
really?
got my iPhone and pointed at the drone. It went. Boom!
You went away.
It only happened to me once. So I was just like, what? What
Oh,
the fuck?
damn, man. You
It was a
been to
spy
Nimbin?
drone.
You been to
Yeah,
Nimbin?
yeah,
Man, that's a wild place. That's crazy. I love Nimbin. Back in
yeah.
the
I love.
day, I was there 30 years ago, mate, and that was the time to be in Nimbin. It was all bloody free love and free weed
Mhm.
and free everything there. I think it's changed a lot now, Nimbin, to what it used to be back in the day.
Mm.
It was a wild place. People living in teepees, crazy.
That's kind of a cult too. Like all the people who didn't fit in the cities went there, didn't they? And
Yeah,
started
they
their old
did. Yeah,
commune and shit.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
Every second person in dreadlocks and hippie beads and
yeah.
bloody happy pants and all that sort of stuff. It was crazy.
Mhm.
Used to be this guy that I swear to God, he used to wear a robe, right, like Jesus, and he had this big, huge, long beard, and he used to walk around the streets with a cane. He looked exactly like Jesus himself, just wandering around the streets of Nimbin.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
awesome.
yeah. He
Do they
kind
got
of
a big
reminded
Mardi
me.
Gras?
It might have been actually what's his name? Oh, Flat Earth Aussie. What's his name? Oh, he's a crazy
Fred,
guy
John,
too.
Chris, Steve,
Oh no, what's his?
Adrian,
Oh damn! I,
Charlie.
I know his name. Shut up! Shut up! I'm gonna go. Well, Flat Earth Aussie Jesus was his
Flat
name.
Earth Aussie
Uh,
Jesus.
Ross.
I was just
Is
about to say
his
that, man,
name?
but then you said shut up.
You were just shout
I
out
was just
Ross.
about to.
And he looks like Jesus. I swear to God, he's got the big beard, and he was. This is so funny. He did this stream one day, right? And he'd been out in the garden collecting rocks, and he got his mortise and pestle, and he was crushing up rocks and then snorting the rocks. Oh, that guy's he's
Is his
crazy.
is his channel Iron Horse? Is that him?
Or hold on, I'm gonna type it in.
So I typed in
No,
flat Earth
no.
Jesus. Okay.
Flat Earth,
Aussie
Aussie,
Jesus.
Jesus. Let's see what comes up.
Yeah, Iron Horse.
That's what she said.
Yeah, Iron Horse. He's changed it. That's him.
Right.
That's exactly
Right.
him. Well,
Yeah.
anyway, and he did this other live stream once, right? And it reminded me of this guy in Nimbin, actually. And he also, too, has got this big long robe, right? And a cane, and he's walking around the streets of Brisbane or Sydney or wherever he lives. Don't know where, I can't remember where he lives. And he looks exactly like Jesus, just walking around the streets. The guy is, oh man, he's out there, but he knows his stuff, though. He actually knows his stuff. But yeah, he's a
Like
little
which
bit out
rocks
there.
give the best high.
Yeah, exactly. Oh man, and he brews his own beer and whatnot. Yeah, he's pretty cool dude, actually.
All right.
He's been on modern day debates and stuff like with Aussie Jesus, giving it a good
Right.
crack. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Gravity hoax debate. MDD.
Yeah. Like I said,
Okay.
he knows his stuff and he's got an explanation for everything, actually. You know, he's a bit like Pete Shea, pulls out the guitar, plays songs and stuff. Catches yabbies, you name it. He's cool. Love his beard, though. I love his beard. He's got a wicked beard.
Sounds like a real man's man.
He is a man's man. He's down to earth, percentage. Down to earth.
Oh, because he's in Australia?
Yeah. Gravity keeps the blood from rushing to his head. Apparently.
Yeah. It's something I've been thinking about lately, is whether or not the air actually has weight, or if the stuff is just created at ground level.
If it has weight.
Yeah. I think the answer is that the air has weight.
Well, it
I'm
has
not sure.
to. You would think it would have to. Well, if you
Why would it
collected
have
enough
to?
of it. Well, if you collected enough of it, right, you collect enough of air, right, you get an empty compressor, right? Get an empty compressor, okay, and whack it on a scale, and then fill that compressor up until it's full, right? It's going to weigh more, isn't it? Or will it?
You mean you have a chamber and you fill the chamber up?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it would.
Yeah. So if you can fill
But I
the
don't think...
chamber up with air, if you can fill it up with air, then air would have to have some weight to it, wouldn't it? Even though it's in a chamber, not just floating around. We're not talking about air having natural entropy just floating around all over this place. But if you can capture enough of it and put it in a container, right, compress it, right, you would get some sort of weight to it. Or you go down.
You'd find that it's even heavier without the air.
So you think it's going to be lighter, do you?
Yeah, because without the air, it's just the density of the chamber that you're measuring, right? None of the space within. As long as it's open. If it's completely closed, that's another story.
No, it's completely closed. The compressor.
Oh, okay.
Actually, wait.
So that's the show Whitson and his girlfriend went on too. Okay. And so
he's married now, ain't he? Whitson?
Not sure.
He was in the channel today or yesterday, I think.
I really like trolling with it. Great.
Oh, do you?
I love it.
Really?
Yeah, I
Yeah.
heard you go off on him last time. That was hilarious.
I really like it.
What did you troll him on? What's your best one?
I just like, because it's whenever he comes in gems, it's almost like Moses. But
Right.
seriously, it's like this fucking sea parts and a red carpet comes out of the sky and just rolls all the way to his feet, and then someone just hands him a gold microphone. It's bizarre.
Right.
It's just really strange. I don't get that. No one else gets that treatment. No one.
My brain can't keep up with how fast he talks half the time.
You'll notice, Merle, that occurs with anyone that has like an internet presence, because they want to like bring them down. You know, that's the goal for Gem, is to give them a platform so that they can cut them down, kind of.
Yeah, it's a sport for them.
Because if they have clout and you take them down, then you have clout. You know, that's the idea.
Yeah. Yeah. They were tripping out about you today too. This, like, someone joined that was basically
yes,
Canadian or something, right?
yeah,
And
Brig
they thought it was
66 or
you.
something. Yeah,
They
they
thought
did.
it
They
was
thought it
you
was
with a
you.
voice changer, and then it just
I
went
know.
on for ages. And then
It
even
was
Jem
so
was
funny.
going, "You guys have lost it. Like, you're so paranoid." And like, even Jem was like, kind of face palming at him.
And they're going, isn't it strange that percentage is on mute and deafen and all this sort of stuff?
You know, who was it that
the
like had
way
the Canadian accent or whatever? What's his name?
It was like, as far as I know, it's like someone who hasn't been in the room before, but they thought it was you.
Then Jem banned him from the room. He got kicked and banned.
Yeah, he started burping
For real?
and shit. Yeah,
he was
Oh,
started
damn.
burping. Yeah.
Yeah, burping
And then they
deliberately.
thought, as soon as he was kicked, like, you were going to unmute, but you didn't.
Yeah, exactly.
Would have been funny if like I coincidentally did.
It would have been. That would
would've
have been funny. And it was the way he said again, right?
The way he said what?
Again,
again,
right? So they reckon that he said it exactly the same way as what you say it, right?
Really?
So then they were so they were convinced it was you. It was funny.
Damn, the word again. you don't expect that one to be like the one that
So
tips the scales.
They said, ask me a question that only percentage would know then. I said, well, then what's the name of your dog?
I'd answer that with my girlfriend's name.
Oh,
No, I'm kidding.
Harsh.
What did he answer though?
No, he didn't. I said, well, I don't have a dog. I said, well, I said he's got a cat. That's why he can't answer it. It was pretty funny.
Yeah, I guess you had to be there.
Oh, well, you were there, apparently. But they were going on it for ages, actually. What's his name? Christopher. He was convinced through and through. He was absolutely convinced through and
That
through.
guy just like has a hard on for me, man. It's hilarious.
He does. He does.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then
He's
they
probably,
started posting.
Speak Arabic or something.
And don't they've got a thing for you about you being Islamic and stuff, don't they? Infidels and all that sort of stuff. I hear them carrying on about that sort of rubbish too. Really, they do have a hard on for you though, percent.
Yeah.
You quite easily get under their skin, which is good to see. You know, when they just start bloody just insulting you, you know, ad nauseum, that you've got under their skin very successfully.
So almost always.
Oh, every time. And who's that bloody Queen of Trolls? She's a nasty. She's a nasty piece of work. That one. She's
She
Yeah,
is.
nasty.
she
But she does
can
it on
be.
purpose just to stay relevant.
Yeah, she can be fun too. Sometimes.
She's more nasty than she is fun, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Mm.
Like crystal meth.
Have a...
So when are you going to get Babs to come back, Merle?
Babs.
Yeah.
I'm conflicted about that. Like I've lost a few people, like Sheeples Phoenix. He used to come and sit with us. Chris Matt, as I knew him, was very I don't know, he just felt like crew. And then Jez, I don't know if you know who Jez is, but he went into Gems with a lighthouse observation. Mark Taylor kind of convinced him to go into Gems.
Yeah.
And he got rumbled. He got really rumbled in there.
Yeah.
And I didn't know that they were all in there. And he kind of said, "Oh, Merle, can you come in with me, like backup in a way?"
Yeah.
And then I went in there, and then I sort of put the word out. I said, "Let's all go in." Like Hitch and Babs. He wasn't Babs at the time.
Yeah.
He was Chris. And you know, and then Jin eventually came. Just a bunch of us went in, but Chris kind of, or Babs fucking curved took a kind of similar to what happened with Jeremy. And Curve took Babs under his wing and started working on him.
Yeah.
And that's sort of what happened. You know? And then Babs is, he kind of had his own thing that, I don't know, his ego really kicked in, and he did he had his own channel for a bit, and he had little clips of him sort of like kicking ass in a debate and winning, and
Yeah.
he just seemed to go through a phase, like kind of like a lot of people, like they like percentages saying, like they want to be relevant, they want to be special, they want to be the chosen one. It's sort of like a phase people go through.
Yeah.
And I mean, I've got faith that he'll sort of come back around eventually, but it's always a bit sad for me when I see that. Same with Soda today. She was saying she entertained Flat Earth for a bit, and then when she started talking to so-called all these smart people who knew maths and physics, she just realised that Flat Earth was stupid. And every time I hear that, it's just like, it really worries me, but then I'll just forget
Look,
about it again.
like Gem's Room does have a way of breaking you down. It really does. You know, they can do it, and they do it quite successfully too. Because there's just so many of them, and they just tag team
They're
ad
54
nauseum.
against 2.
Yeah, exactly. I remember, you know, in the early days, like when I was going in there, and it was just like hell for leather, right? Because you're the new kid on block, right? So you're getting all the attention, aren't you? Oh, and everything's
Yeah.
kind of directed at you, and you know, bit by bit, they just slowly chip away, and that's what they do successfully, just slowly, like, just chip away at you, really.
Yeah. Yeah, P
And then
Mars.
I had a brief moment there where I kind of flipped back to the globe side. Remember, Mel? I flipped back, and it
I got
was
majorly
and
triggered.
Sorry.
I got majorly triggered by
Yeah,
that as
yeah,
well.
yeah. You did, but that was only through my own observations, like looking at the moon, right? Because I was out with my kids and one of my grandsons at the time, just looking at the moon, and it's just like, well, fuck, look at the moon, like, and it looks like I defy anyone to tell me that the moon looks anything else other than spherical. Like when you look at the texture and all that sort of stuff, it does look spherical, right? And that kind of flipped me back, but it only flipped me back for like a week. That was it, you know. And fuck this, because then I went back to work again, right? And then I'm working with water again. It's just like, what the fuck? These guys have just mind fucked me. They've just mind fucked
Yeah.
me. And anyway, I flipped back again. It's just like, so it only lasted about a week for me, right? And then I remember telling Jose, because Jose had the tag as flip flop, and I told
Yeah.
Jose, I said you may be
Yeah.
flip flop. I said I'm the master flip flopper because I flip flop back. So I got one up on you, pal. But
Yeah.
even Jose's become irrelevant too with what he's doing. Apparently his channel got stolen. I heard on the
Right.
grapevine.
Yeah.
So I'm surprised he didn't actually start up another channel. If his channel got stolen, and he was making all right coin off his streams. He was getting like heaps of super chats. He had heaps of
Yeah.
members and all that sort of stuff. He was doing all right, but I think he might have a new channel. I'll check it. I'll check it out. Jose JG and see what comes up. Yeah, see, because he had 4,000 or 5,000 subs there at one stage, and that channel got stolen, he reckons, and his new channel only has like 440 subs now. So I think you need 1,000 subs so you can super chat and stuff, don't you, Mel? I think it's about 1,000.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. So he's lost that income stream. And don't even know if he really does anything these days. What's the last? Oh, he did something on New Year's Eve, 11 days ago, 13 days ago, 2 weeks ago. Oh, he's still doing regular kind of stuff. But he's become pretty irrelevant too. His show, hasn't he? You don't really hear of him anymore.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm a bit.
I think the whole thing's becoming
Yeah.
a bit how's your father type of thing. It's all becoming a little bit, I know, old. It needs some fresh blood, some fresh ideas, really, to give it a spark again, because it's kind of just going round and round in circles a bit now, I reckon.
Yeah. Yes and no. Like I kind of there's part of me that's like hasn't wavered for like even a second. Like every time I see the globe, it just makes me. It makes me smile, but then there's
Yeah,
another point where I feel almost like I've got to protect myself from it. Like a sword comes out, and I want to really just swing it so hard at it. Like I've just got
yeah,
just has this funny effect on me every time I see it. But I sort of feel at the moment, for me anyway, that there was a time where I was really invested, I guess, in flat Earth and flat Earthers, and not like it was a movement, but I felt part of a community.
yeah.
But
Like-minded
then,
people.
yeah, it was kind of like go find the others, and all that stuff happened, and I got in lots of different little groups, and all those people have kind of disbanded now, and I kind of had it was quite stark. Like, you know, I sort of went to war in a way with Flat Earth as well. But I've come out the other side of that now, and I just feel like clean and fresh. I'm not
Yeah.
affected by any of their bullshit. But my kind of I guess the wonder, the bigger questions, that's sort of where my focus is. Like, I'm not caught in trying to prove flat Earth or coming up with this is what I mean. I don't buy into any of their bullshit. I don't get caught. I'm too slippery for them, like an eel. I got this side of me, like I can become different things. I have to. It's sort of survival mechanisms. You have to be 10 times smarter than every single one of them, and if that doesn't work, 20. You just got to have lots of different faces and approaches with this, because, like you say, they'll chip away at you.
And they do. Yeah.
There's a threat. There's a fear that comes with it. It's on so many levels at once. And then the consensus, the gang sort of rape or gang stalking
Yeah.
style bullying,
Who was that
intimidation.
fellow?
Yeah.
Who was that
I'm
fellow,
just
Merle?
over it.
I saw you did a couple of streams with him, one-on-one streams, and he was in his, I don't know where his room was, in his garage or whatever, but it was like a music studio. He had drums in the background, all his guitars and all that sort of stuff. You know the fellow I'm talking about?
Was he American?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. What was his name?
Haunted House.
That's the one, Haunted House. Yeah, he used to be around a lot. He haven't seen him in a minute. He kind of faded out.
Yeah. Yeah, pretty much everyone from that old crew has. They'll just got back to their lives, you know.
Well,
out
we
of the
all have them,
circus.
Merle. We
Yeah.
all have them.
Yeah. I mean, I like it that okay, where are we with it? What I see happening this year is bridges being built. I think those of us who, I mean, even Spurs before said to me, he's been doing that for a decade.
Yeah.
10 fucking years.
And he does it
That's a
every
long time.
day. Every day, hours on end. He's in Gems, hours on end, doing his thing that only Spurs can do, right? There's only one Spurs, and bless his soul, no one else. There's never going to be another one of him. And the way he's carried the flag and how and shook that banner, right? And he makes that whole room dances to his tune. It doesn't matter. He can have 100 on one, and he makes every single one of them dance to the tune that he wants them to dance to. He's quite incredible the way he can control that room, really. And yes, I know he's been accused of being a bad mod and using the mute button and stuff unfairly, but that's few and far between. The way he can actually control that room, right, is quite impressive. Like he would be the perfect politician. Really, he'd be the perfect politician. The way he can twist a question and answer it the way that he wants to answer it, and turn it back on the other person. It's quite impressive, really, the way with what he does.
Yeah, it is. But I think
It
he's been a
really is.
little bit off his game lately.
Yeah, I haven't heard much of him. Why? What's that? Is he
I think
feeling a bit
I think
poorly?
it's the fact that like he's been gone for a bit and then he came back, and I don't know. It's just maybe I just haven't been listening enough since he's been back, but doesn't seem as like smooth as chemo as usual. We'll see.
Oh, okay. He took a break for a while, did he?
Yeah, I hadn't seen him in server for a while.
It seems like this new year really is bringing in. So I mean, as far as I'm concerned, I can only speak for myself, but a new level of consciousness and a new energy. Like I'm experiencing it. I don't know why, but I am, and things are opening up.
Placebo.
Yeah, it's something. I don't know. I really feel like a bigness. That's the only way I can describe it. But I think there's a lot of potential here that's starting to kind of emerge. So if it moves out of because Curve's saying things like game over, and I'll go in and rattle the cage. Like I'll say to Jem, like, when are you going to change the name of the server, to game over or something? Or there's a lot of them, they don't want to talk about flat Earth anymore. They want to talk about that the minestrone and racism, different topics that are metaverse, fucking things like this. So they're starting to wane. They're not really serious about going further with it. That room anyway. So you've got to kind of wonder what's going on here. But if there could be a shift, like where it's more, they really want to know once and for all. They just think they're right. That's what it all boils down to. At the end of the day, they just think they're right.
Yeah.
You know?
Shout out to Laurie. You're one of the good guys, Laurie.
And I just think, to me, that's the great danger. Thinking you're right and not being willing to admit that you could be wrong, or when you are wrong, not being able to admit that either. Which is strange.
Yeah, no concession is given, is it? No concession, right? And if you show some sort of concession, it's almost like a sign of weakness that is jumped upon, right?
Well, I mean,
And
I've had it put to me in there, Bansor, like, if you could be taken up in a, Richard Branson or any of them, right? Taken up in the upper atmosphere and have a look, right? And then if you saw it was the globe, what would you do?
Yep.
Part of me, in a way, would feel some kind of relief.
Yeah.
But
it's a bullshit question.
It is, isn't it?
It's a bullshit question because they don't go that high. All they see is the apparent curvature that you would expect to see even if the Earth was flat, right? They don't go high enough to see the globe or even half of it or whatever.
And how high do you have to go? Like, I've been in, commercial planes flying across Australia, right? And you don't actually see that far. You don't actually see that far at 35,000 feet. So how high do you actually have to be to see anything definitive is the question. Because basically, you're lucky to see 3 or 4 farms away in a plane, right? You've been in planes, Merle, flying across Australia, and you know what I'm talking about. Like, you can't see a whole state, let alone anything else, when you're up that high. So how far are you going to see it being 70,000 feet or 100,000 feet or 200,000 feet? I don't think you're going to see that far at all, really.
I mean, long before all this, I just don't know why, but I usually would get a window seat.
Yep.
And a lot of the times too, I'd be right near the wing, looking out across the wing. I was, without knowing it, was always looking for the curve, even when I was young.
Mm.
I mean, I don't know about other, but that was just, no one told me to do that. It was just,
Wow.
and when I go back like through my life, like, anyway, I'm not going to say that publicly because someone will soundbite it. But yeah, there's something going on with this for me anyway. And what I was trying to get through there was so am I afraid of the answer being globe? No. But
No.
the feeling I'm getting because of Game Over and this real gatekeeping effort to shut this fucking thing down and censor all aspects of it and control it and infiltrate it on every level, that just sends off red flag. It's red flag city to me. So what I see is the fear is in them of not globe, and they don't want to proceed and really go further with it, because otherwise there would be bridges being and olive branches being extended that let's come together, collaborate, and fucking settle it. It's either going to be one or the other, or concave, I guess, or hollow. But why fear? You know, there's no fear. It's you know, where is the adventure gone and the human spirit to step into the unknown? Like, that's sort of where I wish sometimes it would go. This unified
Well,
effort of humans to try and fucking establish where they even are.
well, man, back in the day, you used to have the old time explorers, didn't you? Going to all corners of the earth, exploring everything. You don't really hear of that anymore.
No.
You know that sort of
Yeah.
stuff. The only exploration that seems to be happening is above our head.
Space.
Really? Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's crazy.
I mean,
But
you know,
none
and
of us.
I'm well, kind of like Spurs can, and I think we all have our moments. Like, we get in the zone, and it's like, I call it like getting lifted. It's almost like when you get lifted, and
Yeah,
even though you're talking, it's like something else is coming through, like you're channeling almost. But
yeah.
what I'm really trying to get through here is what am I trying to get through? Just that I see. It's like I've got this vision that the only option really for us is to come together. That's
Yeah.
it. It doesn't. None of us like are really going to go that far individually.
No,
But
you're not going to go anywhere.
if the whole community, all like globe, Earth, flat Earth, everyone on the fence, everyone comes together somehow
But see,
and
the argument
pushes.
is, from the globe side is that everyone already has come together, Merle, and they've already worked it out. That's the argument. We've already come together.
Well, then there's no point. There's no point to that's a useless exercise. Well, you come together to confirm your own bias.
Mm.
What's the point of that?
Well, there's no point, really.
There's no progress. There's no progress.
No, no. You're just going round and round in a circle, chasing your own tail. Really.
Yeah. You thought it
And
was a globe. You considered flat Earth, and then you just stayed on the globe.
globe, and now all you're doing now is just fighting flat earthers, telling them how stupid they are. Like, what's the point of that? Really, there's no point. And we're talking about planes before, Merle. Like, I remember the last one, it was just last year when I was taking a flight. I was lucky enough to be able to take one, and it was a cloudy day up on top of the clouds. And I tell you what, when you're flying above clouds, those top of the clouds, don't they look like as flat as a tack, as far as the eye can see when you're flying above them? like this blanket of clouds. It's actually so impressive. So impressive. This perfectly straight line as far as the eye can see of clouds just go out, way out beyond the horizon. It's crazy.
I'm so glad I got my cognitive dissonance out the way early on. Mine lasted about 6 months.
Yeah, yeah.
Sleepless nights, on the ground in the fetal position. Like, it all happened
Really?
for me.
No
Yeah.
way. Really?
Yeah. Yeah. Mental breakdown, total upheaval, and telling everyone I knew, smashing Facebook, losing friends, arguing
Man.
with my dad. Yeah, it all happened. But I'm just so grateful for that though, because it's like all the turmoil and the dark bit of my psyche, the shadow sort of part. I dealt with that really early on, and all the fear and yeah, and then so I've been through that, right? So that's held me in good stead for what came next.
Yeah. See,
And I already
I
turned
never,
myself
yeah,
inside out.
I never suffered that myself. Never suffered any cog dis when I
Well,
kind of.
that's why it's funny for me when I hear people say, "Oh, yeah, you know, I watched Eric Dubay and and then I just knew it was flat." And I've heard so many people like it took a week or something, and then they just knew. And it's like you see a lot of people like that. They do flip back.
Well, I told you how I first came across it, Merle. I was in a doctor's surgery. I think I told you this story. I was in a doctor's surgery, and just in the waiting room, and I was flicking through some magazines to find something to read while I was waiting, and naturally you only got Dolly Woman's Day. You know, there's no car magazines or fishing magazines. It's all women's magazines in there. I remember coming across this magazine, and on the front cover, it had an article about flat Earth. And there was Brad Pitt and Angelina Jolie, pictured there, Bradgelina.
Yeah,
And
yeah,
I remember picking it up and looking at it and reading it, and it's just like, and they started talking about some of the things, water and this sort of stuff. And it kind of, straight away, it kind of jerried with me. Oh, yeah, I'm a plumber. Yeah, water's always level, blah, 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 blah. And then anyway, I got called into the doctor and kind of forgot about it. Never really thought about it again, to be quite honest with you. And then I had my first accident when I had some time off work. I'd never been on the YouTube. And this is 5 or 6 years ago now. And so I was at home, and my kids were telling me about YouTube and what a fantastic thing YouTube was. It doesn't matter what you type into it, Dad. You can find absolutely anything. So they're the ones that signed me up for YouTube the very first time, and it was my kids that gave me my handle, Bandsaw Bandit, right? Anyway, the first thing I type into YouTube was 9/11, right? Because I've been speaking about with some friends, and fucking 222 million hits on 9/11. I started watching a couple of videos on that and go, oh yeah, this is interesting. That's interesting. And I used to have my laptop in the garage, and it used to be on autoplay, right? And anyway, I was doing whatever I was doing in the garage, and a clip of Flat Earth came up, and I'm just listening to it in the background. It's just like, oh fuck yeah! Now I can't remember who it was, if it was Eric Dubay or Jeranism or fucking whoever it was. I can't remember now who it was. And some of the things they were saying is just, oh yeah, I can resonate with that, and oh yeah, I get that. And I started thinking about it a little bit more, and then the next one, there was another one that came on after it, and whatnot. And this is back in the day too, when YouTube would actually recommend stuff,
yeah, yeah,
along the same topics, which they don't really do that now. It seems to be completely the opposite to whatever you're looking at. And I started to resonate it with back then. I started to give it some more thought, right? And yeah, for me, it was the whole water thing. that had me hook, line, and sinker. I didn't need anything else other than water, because that was my profession. It's just like it's so naturally obvious. It's not even funny. Like I didn't have to worry about ships over the horizon, sunset, star trails, you name it, cyclones. I didn't have to worry about anything like that whatsoever. It was just the water, and I was pretty much hooked straight away, hook, line, and sinker, for one of a better term, and started watching a bit more stuff, and I'd just park it in the background and not really worry about it. But once again, I'd come along and go to the garage and do something, and press play on whatever, and I'd always get these flat Earth videos getting recommended and playing in the background, kind of over and over and over again, which was cool. And then from there, started jumping on a couple of panels back in the day, and participating in those, and then got onto Discord. I don't know, 3.5 years ago or whatever it was. I think Gems was the first server I tuned into, and kind of been hooked ever since, really, and which has been pretty cool actually. And now, I'm hardly ever in Gems at the moment. I hang out here and whatnot, because the conversations seem to be more civil, and you get your own lane. So to coin one of your phrases, Merle.
Yeah.
Because it's pretty hard to find a lane over in Gems to talk, really.
Yeah, sometimes you just gotta
Force your way.
bolster yourself and just barge in.
Yeah. Look, I can't be bothered, and plus too, places like here and over in Brandon's too. When Brandon's was going, which was the old Ranty channel, the conversations were just so more diverse too. It just wasn't about the flat Earth. It was about so many different other things, which was cool just to listen to in the background. Because quite often, when the room gets a bit fuller, I've just got my headphones on, and I'm just listening to it in the background while I'm pottering around the garage. To be quite honest with you, it's generally not till late at night where I kind of jump on and do a bit of talking. Really, I do talk a little bit during the day.
What's happened with Brandon's? Like, is it just...
Look, no one really knows what's happened with Brandon. To be quite honest with you, I took a break from the whole scene for 3 months, Merle. I wasn't around at all. Came back, and it's like Brandon's channel been shut down. No one's there ever. I know people use the text part of his channel, but the voice part ain't used. But yeah, he's just kind of vanished into thin air. I asked Jeremy, what's going on with him, and he doesn't really know. He sent him a few messages and got no reply. So no one really knows if he's been kidnapped by the CIA and getting a brain transplant or whatever the case may be. Who knows? And shout out to him if he's listening. I hope everything's okay with him, and because he was running a pretty cool show there every single day, from Monday to Friday. That was pretty cool to be involved in, and then the room in the Discord channel would fill up after his YouTube stream, and that was pumping all the time over there. There was always anywhere between 20 and 30 people over there all the time. On his show, there'd be sometimes 40 or 50 people in the Discord channel, because he used to run it from Discord, and it was always pumping. But yeah, just kind of like I said, I don't know what happened to it. I went away and came back, and the whole place is dead. Nothing but crickets. So, and now Gio's trying to get his thing up and going and kind of fill that slot Now I know when he does a stream, the place is pumping. But he's had dramas with storms and stuff and being snowed in and no power, so he hasn't been doing them for the last week and a half. But we all said to him, Brandon's left a spot. You should fill it. So he started to do it, and it was going really well. It was, the place was absolutely pumping. But there definitely needs to be an alternative to Gem's room with like-minded people.
Yeah, I mean that's sort of what I'm hearing, and I'm going.
Or we
through
could just take it over.
Well, that's the thing. Like, I'd kind of like to see that in a way, like, to smash them so hard they're shook. Like I sort of I've kind of got this no nonsense approach with it now. Like, I mean, I've just seen too much. I've just seen too many humans trying to control other humans. Like that to me is a big problem.
Yeah.
And that's where I've got to take my hat off to Jem a little bit. That he really has the freedom of speech platform there.
Yeah, it's really like good about no moderation.
Look, well, he does, but you got to think too. Jem wants the flat earthers to be over there. Like, generally you only got at any one time you've got maybe 3 or 4 flat earthers over there, and you're surrounded by anywhere between 30 and 50 globe earthers, right? So and that's what he wants for his platform. He wants that debate between flat earth and globe earth to happen. So the flat earthers do get a fair crack at it. And same as you, though, I do give Jem credit for that. He does let the flat earthers have a fair crack. Some, as you mentioned, that will be nameless, get the golden carpet and the golden microphone handed to them.
I mean that's all right too. I mean, there's got to be hierarchy. There's got to be special people, right? See, this is what I've always said. Flat Earth. I've just seen this. Like, people stepped off the globe, right, onto the flat Earth, and then just perpetuated that hierarchical nonsense.
Yeah.
They just changed shape. Their initial fundamental paradigm didn't shift.
Yeah. But to give people like Whitsitt credit too, like he knows his stuff. He knows his arguments inside out and back to front, and then some. So, kudos to him. The way that guy can retain information and just spit it out is actually pretty impressive, really. It's pretty impressive. Whitsitt. You don't think so, Percent? You don't?
No, I do. Yeah, he's good with it.
Yeah. It's just sometimes he talks so fast, my brain can't keep up with it.
Yeah.
Because it's like scattergunning all over the place. It's like, damn, man, slow down a bit. But on that happy note, guys, it's quarter past 2 in the morning. I gotta go to bed with my wife, man.
Good on you, Benny.
I'm gonna go snuggle up.
Enjoy.
Yeah, all right. Okay, we'll
So
see you guys.
Saddle up.
Exactly.
Good
I'm gonna
man.
go wake her up. I was stuck. Good luck.
Man hates
All
when
right,
I wake
guys.
her up. She's like, "You want it? You
Yeah.
gotta get it before I go to sleep."
Yeah. All
Have a
right.
good one, man.
We'll see. All right. See you in the trenches, buddy. Take it easy.
Are you here, Crit? I'm only asking because I'm just wondering if you're banned in gems. You might not be here. Might ask. You banned in gems. Let's see.
Hey, crit. Flat Earth to crit. Do you read me? Do you copy?
Hey, what's up?
I think everyone else is AFK, Bacon.
Oh, alright. Well, thank you for telling.
Anyone still around?
Hey, Crit, what's up?
Not too much. How you doing?
I'm all right. Hey, check in COVID chat. WS. Well, it started when I posted a video of a guy wearing like vaping through a mask.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I think it's. Oh no. Okay, I see it. I was. It looked like it's gone, but then I didn't page it down. So it shows you the mask is bullshit.
Well, essentially, yeah. And then Witless wants to get in there and say that it's different. And I say, yeah, one is real and one isn't. And then WS asked, why do you think that COVID's fake? And you could,
That's not what you said though. You just talked about mask. That's how they go. They spiral instantly over content they added. You just said, "Look at this mask. It doesn't seem to do a whole lot," and they just triggered.
yeah. You know what? You're right. Yeah, he got me because he took it off the subject.
See, this is the type of thing. If they can get you into thinking mask means if you don't wear a mask, that means something other than you're not wearing a mask. They can get anything to mean anything else at any time for any reason, which is why they squawk. Because in their mind, the squawk means something, even though the rest of the world has no idea why they're squawking. It just looks like a bunch of noise. But to them, they think they're actually presenting a logical argument. They don't see it as a squawk. Oh, that's hilarious. The one that Kulo posted. He just sneezed and like, I have a boyfriend.
I have a boyfriend. Wow, pretty good.
Yeah, I saw some other video that was like that too, where this guy was like walking down the street. He's like, "Wow, nice gun rack," and then she's like, "Excuse me," right?
Hey, Crit, you see what Dawn's talking about with Jarvis?
Yeah, like with something can be constant and non-constant at the same time.
Yeah. But yeah, when you get down further, it's pretty funny. He mentions us.
All right, come back over. Oh, who's the we? There we go.
In Brandon's, he pinged me to ask, "Did you take my advice yet?"
Yeah, tell him no. Take your own advice.
Right. I said, "Lead by example." He said, "People from your own community already did. Ranty and Brandon, for example." And I said, "But not you." And then he said, "But if you won't follow their lead, what makes you think you'd follow my lead?" And I
Well,
said, "The
do and
fact
see.
you I said the fact you don't follow your own lead." He
So I
said,
would say add that further. Like he's probably mistaken about Ranty because Ranty ended up being the flurfer. He's known
"Yeah,
as Flurf.
that is true."
So he used to be a flat earther, but now he's a flurfer. I think it's hilarious that they call him Flurf.
Yeah, he even started his own Discord server called Flirspective 2.0.
So there you have it. He didn't follow your advice, Jarvis. And Brandon's taken a break. Clearly, he's people have seen him and talked to him, and
I don't know what's going on with Ranty. He's just, I think he's just having a goof.
yeah, I think Ranty's gonna play like some sort of 5D chess. Or at last second, he's like, "Gotcha." Why would you think a photo, the same photos I've been presenting for the last 5 years, suddenly now is proof of glob? Just because I said so, you know?
Yeah, so I got this little cold thing, kind of like a mild flu.
Yeah.
Now, I'm not vaccinated or anything, so if I don't die, am I good to go? Do I still need to be vaccinated? I don't know.
Yeah, they're talking about that you can have the flu, the cold, and Sharona all at the same time. But you
Wow.
don't know which one you got. But you got them all. It's like you could tell you're sick because you're sick. That's it. And then you don't know though, but you do. It reminds me of the doctor, like like the old joke. It's like, hey, it hurts when I do this. The
Don't
doctor's like,
do that.
don't do that. Yeah. At the start of this whole thing too, they're like shelter in place. I mean, that was a loaded term. That was like nuclear war. You're like a bomb dropped, and now it's like radioactive. Shelter in place. Tape your doors and windows shut. Fill up your sinks with water so contamination can't get into your house. But they use shelter in place as somehow like, oh, that's just what you do for flu season.
Yeah.
It's like just the assault on the language, just what basic words mean.
I'm waiting to see what someone says to your post in all debate server.
Oh yeah.
I'm waiting to see how fast it completely implodes. I think you posted that the other day, and that's exactly what I think most of these people who debate all day on Discord look like.